Chapter 1158. The principal's office was upstairs. Yi Qian took 2 steps at a time and stood at the door in less than 3 minutes. A voice came from inside. Yi Qian, who was about to knock on the door, paused. His beautiful face had a sharp look. Even his eyebrows were cold. I want to see my good granddaughter. I haven't seen her in years. If I don't see her today, I won't leave the school. My granddaughter, Grandma is here to see you. Grandma is here to see you. She was crying and shouting. She was addicted to acting. Teacher Tong chased after Yi Qian from behind. When Yi Qian raised his hand to knock on the door, she grabbed Yi Qian's wrist. Why are you here? Go back to the classroom for the exam. Leave the adults' matters to the adults. Don't worry about the children's matters. Seeing Teacher Tong and old Madam Ye's shameless crying, Yi Qian pursed his lips and said softly, Teacher Tong, the person inside is indeed my grandma, but she can't be considered my grandma. My family's situation is a bit complicated. If I didn't come, I was afraid that Principal Chow and Uncle Chen wouldn't know the truth and would be blamed by old Madam Yi. She took down a key that was hanging together with the name tag. Teacher Tong, can I trouble you to go home and get something very important for me? She said softly what she needed to get. Teacher Tong's expression changed immediately. She said in shock, Yi Qian, what do you want to do? Why do you want to get it? I don't understand your actions. The thing she needed to get was extremely important. Even as a teacher, she was shocked. I don't know if it will be useful, but listen to her crying for no reason. She even mentioned my parents. She said that they didn't take good care of me and that she let them down. Teacher Tong, they came today. The crying inside became louder. Old Madam Yi cried, I couldn't even protect my eldest son's only child. I don't even have an account. I moved out to be someone else's daughter. I don't have the face to see anyone, and I don't have the face to see my eldest son who passed away so early. Today, they came here to take my household register. If my household register falls into the hands of a group of people who don't want to see me well, Teacher Tong. Before Yi Qian could finish speaking, Teacher Tong took the keys from her hand and said, Okay, I'll ride the bicycle there. Bring it over as soon as possible. Your parents' spirits in the netherworld will definitely not watch you be harmed by a group of heartless relatives. After Teacher Tong left, Yi Qian knocked on the door with a cold look in his eyes and said in a clear voice, Principal Chow, I'm Yi Qian. With Yi Qian's voice, the crying in the office stopped abruptly. Headmaster Chen's eyes darkened. Who told Jian Yiling about this? She came here to distract her during the exam. Before Principal Chow could say, Come in, old Madam Yi, who was still acting, stopped crying. She stood up and rushed to the door. As she opened the door, she called out, My dear granddaughter, my darling. It seemed that she was so excited by Yi Qian's arrival that she was incoherent. When the door opened, Yi Qian saw a figure in a good mood rushing towards him. He leaned slightly to the side and avoided old Madam Ye's hug. He nimbly slipped into the office. Old Madam Yi almost fell to the ground when she missed. It took her a lot of effort to stabilize herself. When Yi Zhixiang saw Yi Qian coming in, her eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. Yi Qian, do you have any conscience? You little bastard, where did you study? If anything happens to my mother, I'll never let you off. Chapter 1159. She said, my mother, not your grandmother. Principal Chow's eyes flashed. He could tell from her words that their relationship wasn't just bad. Yi Qian's family didn't treat her as family. No wonder old Chen didn't say anything nice. She was ostracized by her family at such a young age. Fortunately, she met old Chen. Otherwise, her life would have been ruined. In her previous life, Yi Qian was controlled by Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying. She didn't meet Principal Chen, so her life was ruined. Principal Chow finally had an idea. He pretended to be scared and said to Yi Qian, hurry and help the old lady up. It doesn't matter if she's your grandmother or not. We have to respect the old and love the young. I'm sorry. I'm not used to interacting with people I'm not familiar with. Yi Qian readily apologized and said to Yi Zhixiang, "It's because I'm educated that I know how to be polite. That's why I'm standing here today and didn't quarrel with Madame Yi." Hearing this, Yi Zhixiang didn't raise her hand to slap Yi Jian like she did in the hotel last time. Instead, she glared at Yi Jian and hurried over to support old Madame Yi, who was feeling a little dizzy. "Mom, why are you sitting up? Don't you know that you have high blood pressure and can't get up?" Her voice was neither loud nor soft. It was loud enough for everyone in the office to hear. "No matter how agitated you are, you have to take care of your body. Don't make me and my brother worry." Yi Zhifan, who was called out, said calmly, "Mom, Yi Qian is here. Sit down and talk." She then looked at Yi Qian. "You can refuse to acknowledge me as your uncle, but you can't refuse to acknowledge your grandmother. Your father is her son, and you are her granddaughter. There's no granddaughter in the world who doesn't acknowledge her. You're already in your 3rd year of high school. You can't be as ignorant as you were when you were in your 2nd year of junior high school. Also, you said that after studying, you know that people need to be polite. Since you know that, you should know that you can't make your grandmother sad." Principal Chen did not like what he heard. He looked at Yi Zhifan with a faint smile. "Mr. Yi, you're wrong again. Compared to Yi Qian, who was taught by Uncle Zhen and me, Yi Qian is more sensible and polite. No matter what, Yi Qian will always look at the big picture. Principal Chen, let's talk about Yi Qian now. Please don't mention my daughter again." Yi Zhifan's face turned cold as he said in a low voice, "My daughter is not your student, nor is she a student of the province's #1 middle school. What right do you have to say that my daughter is not as good as Yi Qian? Then, may I ask, what right does Mr. Yi have to say that I'm rude?" Yi Qian interrupted. "I have no relationship with Mr. Yi. What right do you have to say that to me?" Yi Zhifan, who choked on his words, bit his cheeks and began to put on weight. His handsome face was not as handsome as it was when he was young. Instead, it was covered with a thick layer of haze. After a while, he replied, "You have a sharp tongue." He still had to consider his status in front of Principal Chow of the province's #1 middle school. After all, the province was holding an education conference, and principals of famous schools often interacted with high officials like the provincial governor. If one day he mentioned this to the provincial governor and made things difficult for him, he would inevitably be criticized. Old Madame Ye's cloudy eyes became even darker. Her legs seemed to tremble as she sat down. She stared at Yi Qian without blinking, as if she was looking at someone else through him. She looked like her, even more so than the last time she saw her. She looked exactly like her mother, who had passed away early. Her facial features were similar, but she was more delicate, more beautiful, and more charming. Chapter 1160. Her temperament was similar, but she was even more stubborn than her mother. Looking at this face, old Madame Yi recalled how Sun Xueqing didn't listen to her and didn't listen to her mother-in-law's teachings. The anger in old Madame Ye's heart wouldn't dissipate. Great, she hadn't disciplined anyone for many years. She didn't believe that she couldn't discipline an 18 or 19-year-old girl today. "Zhifan, it's fine, it's fine. As long as our little girl is happy, it's fine. Mom is old, it's nothing to be wronged." Old Madame Yi gently wiped her tears. She quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with a silk handkerchief embroidered with lotus flowers and scriptures. She held it in her hand, ready to wipe her tears at any time. Her gaze fell on Yi Qian for a long time. When Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and looked over, old Madame Ye's eyes moved slightly. She stared meaningfully at Yi Qian again before calmly looking away. No matter how good she was only 18 or 19. She wanted to see how she could maintain her image as a good student in front of the principal. Teacher Tong knocked on the door with a black backpack. When she came in, the atmosphere in the office was at its worst. Yi Qian ignored old Madame Ye's words with his cold attitude. He even snorted disdainfully. Yi Zhifan, on the other hand, saw a trace of interest. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Old Madame Ye's methods came one after another. She was much better than Sun Dongqing, who only knew how to make a scene. Who knows, maybe he could really get Yi Qian's household register today. As long as he got the household register, he could openly change her university aspirations as her guardian. She wouldn't even be able to attend a third-rate university. After witnessing Yi Qian's power at Caesar Hotel, Yi Zhixiang, who had some misgivings, chose to remain silent. She slanted her eyes and looked over with disdain, waiting to watch a good show. Yi Qian, who saw their expressions, curled his lips slightly. He stood obediently beside Principal Chen and said softly, "Uncle Chen, she's not my grandmother. I don't have a grandmother, an aunt, or an uncle. Don't be afraid, Uncle Chen knows. You shouldn't have come. You should focus on your exams." Principal Chen sighed and said to Principal Chao, "I'll leave with Yi Qian first. Please take care of them." Principal Chao nodded with a cold expression. "Okay, I'll take care of this matter. Take Yi Qian and leave. Girl, you'll forgive me. Me, for your parents. I'll kneel to you." Old Madame Yi was really cruel to herself. She had no choice. She had promised Yi Zhifan that she would either get Yi Qian's household register before the college entrance exam, or she would make a scene so that the whole school would point fingers at her and the wretched girl wouldn't be able to take the college entrance exam in peace. It was just a scene. After she finished speaking, she really knelt on the ground. Yi Zhifan quickly squatted down to help her up. "Mom, please don't make things difficult for us. If you kneel to your own granddaughter and beg for forgiveness, how will Yi Qian face the whole school in the future?" Yi Zhixiang obviously didn't expect her mother to be so cruel. She was stunned for a moment and said sharply, "Yi Qian, you bastard. You let your own grandmother kneel to you. Are you even human? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Her voice was so sharp and loud that it could be heard from across the office. Chapter 1161. Yi Zhifan also shouted, "Yi Qian, what's the point of studying so many books? You don't even know the basics of loyalty, filial piety, etiquette, and righteousness. No matter how much you study, no matter how good your grades are, it's useless. The provincial first high school has such a disloyal and unfilial student like you. It's a disgrace to the century-old school." Back then, didn't his daughter, Yi Ying, bring shame to the century-old school? Today, he wanted to see who was the one who brought shame to the century-old school. Yi Zhifan had never forgotten that Yi Ying had to transfer out of the provincial first high school because of the military training. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally had to shout. "Let me kneel, let me kneel. My granddaughter is angry. She has no one to complain about her grievances. As an uncle, you didn't protect her. As an aunt, you mistreated her. You can't even tolerate your sister's only bloodline. I was blind to believe you too. It's all my fault, all my fault." How could old Madame Yi really kneel? When Yi Zhifan stopped her, she took the opportunity to sit on the floor. She kept saying, "I'm wrong," and "I'm guilty," causing the entire office to become restless. "If you really want to kneel, I won't stop you." Amidst the commotion, Yi Qian's cold voice sounded. She walked over to old Madame Yi and opened the black backpack that Teacher Tong had brought in. When she took out the things inside, Yi Qian immediately screamed. She was so scared that she screamed. Yi Zhifan's gaze fell on her. He didn't scream, but his scalp tensed up. She actually took out Yi Xinfan's photo and Sun Xueqing's photo. "Old Madame Yi, you did wrong my father. If you didn't force my father to go out and earn money, he wouldn't have died. If my mother didn't seek justice for my father, she wouldn't have sacrificed herself. You did wrong my parents, and I really don't want to acknowledge you. Do you know why I don't want to acknowledge you?" Yi Qian's voice was as cold as ice. He looked down at the three frightened men and said slowly, "Because my father is not your son." Grandpa Zhen called. He sighed and said, "Little girl, you don't have to worry about your grandmother coming here. Your father is not her son, and you are not her granddaughter. Grandpa is telling you now, so you should know what to do. Yi Qian wasn't surprised at all by the words, "Your father isn't her son." He only said, as expected. In her past life, she had suspected that her father was not old Madame Ye's biological son. Otherwise, why would he pick on her family? Just because my father isn't your biological son, you don't like him and pick on him everywhere. You clearly know that my father's health is not good. When he came back from outside, the hospital said that he needs to rest for half a year. But what did you say? You said that the family doesn't raise useless people. He has hands and feet, but he doesn't know how to earn money. What's the point of staying at home? You also said that if he doesn't go out to work, you might as well sell him and use this useless person to exchange for some money. With every word Yi Qian said, old Madame Ye's face paled. She didn't dare to look at Yi Xinfan in the photo. She didn't dare to look because she felt guilty. Because she was scared. How could it be? How could it be? How could this wretched girl know all this? How did she know? Who told her? Chapter 1162. Yi Zhixiang was even more scared than old Madame Yi, especially when Yi Qian approached her with the photo. Yi Zhixiang was so scared that she screamed, "Take it away, take it away. Yi Qian, you wretched girl, take that stupid photo away. Take it away." Her screams were heart-wrenching. It was obvious how scared she was. "Madame Yi, what are you scared of? Weren't you so arrogant when you scolded my dad back then? Now that he's gone, there's only one photo left. What are you scared of?" Yi Qian's face was expressionless. He was cold and said, "Madame Yi, you're scared of the photo. What are you trying to say?" Yi Zhixiang, who was dressed in red, was no longer as arrogant as she was at the school gate. With her hair disheveled, she didn't even dare to look at Yi Qian. Whatever Yi Qian said was automatically ignored by her. She only knew how to hide behind old Madame Yi. Principal Chen and Principal Chao were both surprised. They both looked at Teacher Tong. Teacher Tong had brought the black bag in and handed it to Yi Qian. How could Teacher Tong agree to Yi Qian's shocking actions? "Don't look at me like that, I'm also." Sigh. As a teacher, how could she agree to it? However, this was a serious matter. If she could really protect Yi Jian from being threatened and hurt, she thought that Yi Jian's parents would be willing to use this method to protect their daughter in the underworld. She briefly explained how she met Yi Qian at the school gate and how she persuaded her to retrieve the photo of Yi Qian's parents. When she finished, Teacher Tong couldn't hide her heartache. She said softly, "I'm also a parent. How can I watch my daughter's future be ruined by someone else? I agree. As a parent, I agree to Yi Qian's request." Principal Chen's mouth was dry. He said in a low voice, "Thank you, Teacher Tong." It was because of this teacher who treated Yi Qian like her own child that she believed in Yi Qian unconditionally. "You're too polite. Protecting the students is also the responsibility of us teachers." Teacher Tong shook her head slightly and looked at the three people who were stunned by Yi Qian. She lowered her voice and said, "Do you need us to step in?" "No, let Yi Qian handle it." Principal Chen refused without hesitation. Jian Yiling wouldn't do something for no reason, and she wouldn't suddenly ask for a photo of her parents. Her expression looked cold, but there was a hint of sadness between her brows. It was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. There must be another reason for doing this. Before they figured it out, it was best for them not to make a move. The atmosphere in the office suddenly reached the peak of tension. It was like setting off a high-temperature explosive, making everyone's heartstrings tense. Yi Zhixiang's screams were still ringing in the air. A woman's voice was sharp to begin with, and now that she was screaming in fear, everyone's eardrums hurt. Originally, old Madame Yi wasn't afraid of the photos because Yi Qian had suddenly revealed her secret. However, with Yi Zhixiang's screams in her ears, she couldn't help but be affected. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then, her gaze fell on one of the black and white photos. Old Madame Yi looked at the young man's face in the photo. As she looked, old Madame Yi couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. That damned girl was right. Yi Xinfan really wasn't her son. She had never thought of Yi Xinfan as her son. He was just a beggar who was brought back from the outside. If she hadn't brought him back in a moment of desperation to raise him as Yi Xinfan, he might have starved to death on the streets. She was already kind enough to bring him back and give him a meal. Chapter 1163. Old Madame Yi had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Her eldest son was Yi Zhifan, her second son was Yi Zhifan, and her youngest daughter was Yi Zhixiang. To this day, everyone in the village believed that her 2 sons and 1 daughter were old Madame Ye's biological children. No one had ever suspected that her 2 sons were not her biological children. Old Madame Yi had always thought that no one knew about this secret. She had brought Yi Xinfan back to the village from the city. Other than her own father, who knew that he was not her biological child, and a few of the older generation knew a little about it. As the older generation passed away one by one, the fact that Yi Xinfan was not her biological child was buried in the earth. No one ever brought it up again. Even if the older generation knew a little about it and suspected that Yi Xinfan was not her biological child, they would never have thought that the Yi Xinfan she brought back was not her uncle's son. The night she went to the city to pick up Yi Xinfan, because she was afraid that she would be implicated by her uncle, and because she was young at the time and thought that her sister-in-law was better than herself, she saw that the couple was in trouble. For some reason, she left the 4-year-old Yi Xinfan at an unknown bus station. After she was done, she hurriedly searched for him, but Yi Xinfan was nowhere to be found. At that point, she walked around the dilapidated street in fear and panic. When she saw a little beggar about the same size, she hardened her heart and carried the little beggar back to the village, afraid that she wouldn't be able to report back to her superiors. Those years were too turbulent. Even now, there were still many things that she could not explain or explain. As time passed, the truth of the matter was buried in the river of time. No one brought it up again. Old Madame Yi did not think about it anymore. She had even forgotten that she had done such a heartless thing when she was young. Now that Yi Qian had suddenly brought it up, how could old Madame Yi not be shocked? What shocked her even more was that she did not expect Yi Qian to remember everything she had said so clearly. Yi Qian's gaze was extremely clear and sharp. When he looked at her, he felt like there was nowhere to hide. No matter how pitiful old Madame Yi had pretended to be, he did not pity her at all. "You've always disliked my parents and me. I didn't understand why you spoiled Yi Zhixiang so much before, but now I understand. My father isn't your son at all. I'm not your son, so of course I wouldn't feel bad for him. My dad was injured and needed to rest, but you scolded him one day and stabbed him the next. An honest man sat alone in his room until dawn, carrying a few clothes and coughing as he left home to earn money. The money I earned didn't go to my mother. You kept it all. Old Madame Yi, you sold my father's life for money. Tell me, why should I acknowledge you? Why should I recognize you?" The last 2 sentences, "Why should I recognize you?" were filled with hostility and sharpness. Yi Zhixiang screamed again in shock. Old Madame Yi was so shocked that she took 2 steps back without caring about her image. Yi Qian, who had been on the battlefield and killed people before, not only was there hostility between her brows, there was also a bloodthirsty coldness. Sometimes, she was not good at hiding her emotions. Even Teacher Tong would be shocked when she saw this. This time, looking at old Madame Ye's obviously vicious and disgusting face that was pretending to be kind, and recalling the past that she could never forget in her 2 lifetimes, the viciousness in her heart, the bloodthirstiness in her eyes, and the murderous aura in her voice were like the rising tide of the sea, rushing towards her face with a steaming momentum. Even the elderly old Madame Yi was so frightened that layers of cold sweat appeared on her back. Chapter 1164. In the yellowed black and white photo, Yi Xinfan had an unnatural smile on his face as he stared at old Madame Yi, who had retreated to the edge of the sofa. He seemed to be smiling, but at the same time, he seemed to be crying. Old Madame Yi was so shocked that she turned her head away, not daring to look at him. One of the photos Yi Qian took out was of her father, and the other was of her mother. When the 2 photos were placed side by side, no one would think that they were husband and wife. Yi Xinfan's features were plain and unadorned. There was no trace of him on Yi Qian. On the other hand, Sun Xueqing's features were beautiful. She wore a Type 71 military cap with a 5-pointed star in the middle. Her bright eyes and white teeth exuded the heroic spirit of a soldier. With the two photos in front of her, even though old Madame Yi looked away, her mind was still rapidly switching between the two people in the photos. One moment, it was Yi Xinfan, the next moment, it was Sun Xueqing. When her mind froze on Yi Xinfan's photo, old Madame Yi suddenly shivered. Her hands couldn't help but tremble. Old Madame Yi, so you know fear too. How could the changes on her face be hidden from Yi Qian? Seeing her facial muscles twitching slightly, Yi Qian's voice became even sharper. There's not a day that you don't think of my father as your son. There's not a day that you don't want to take advantage of my family. In the end, you drove my father to his death. Old Madame Yi, your retribution has long been waiting for you. And I will wait for you to receive your retribution. Retribution. That wretched girl said that she would receive her retribution. Old Madame Yi, who was looking away, heard this and her face instantly twisted. Her eyes were ferocious as she stared at Yi Qian, who was not afraid of her at all. Principal Chao saw the ferocity in her eyes. She no longer had the kind and amiable look from before. It was clearly a sharp and mean face. He almost believed her words. That was close, that was close. Luckily, Yi Qian came himself. Otherwise, even if old Chen was here, he might not have believed old Chen completely. Principal Chao, who was secretly wiping away his cold sweat, sighed softly. His eyes were filled with pity as he looked at the slender figure standing proudly in the middle of the office. It really wasn't easy for Yi Qian to get to where he was today. Principal Chao let out a long sigh in his heart. It wasn't easy at all. At this moment, old Madame Yi wished she could charge forward and give Yi Qian a few tight slaps. She actually cursed her own grandmother to suffer retribution. How could she have such guts? Who gave her the guts to go against her? Even Yi Xinfan and Sun Xueqing had never dared to curse her like this. It had to be said that Yi Qian had hit the nail on the head. Some people became calmer as they got older, while some people became more suspicious as they got older. Old Madame Yi, who had a strong desire for control, belonged to the latter. In his previous life, he had done so many evil deeds that he had never let go of his Buddhist beads when he was old. He was delusional to think that he had the protection of the Dharma and the protection of the Bodhisattva so that he could have peace of mind in his old age. That year at the Caesar Hotel, Yi Qian had noticed the shiny prayer beads in her hands when she met old Madame Yi for the first time. At that time, she wondered if wearing this string of prayer beads every day was a sign of repentance to her father. After thinking about it, she felt that she was overthinking things. With old Madame Yi's personality, how could she feel repentance towards a son she didn't like? In her previous life, she didn't have the ability to go against the Yi family. Even though she knew that her father had died in an accident because of old Madame Yi, she didn't have the ability to go back and seek justice. The things that she had always wanted to do in her previous life had become an obsession in this life. She couldn't forget it. One day, she would hold her parents' portraits and ask old Madame Yi if she felt any repentance. Reality proved that she was too naive. Chapter 1165. How could a person without a conscience feel repentance? What's more, the person she forced to death wasn't even her own son. Of course, old Madame Yi didn't feel any remorse, but she was truly frightened by Yi Qian. Retribution, she was most afraid of retribution. Old Madame Yi was so frightened that her heart was beating erratically. She grabbed Yi Xifan's arm tightly, hinting for him to break the stalemate. Yi Qian. You're too daring. Yi Xifan didn't show much fear. His elder brother and sister-in-law's early deaths had nothing to do with him. He calmly reprimanded, "Where did you hear that from? Your father is my elder brother, your grandmother's son. How can you say he's not my father?" As expected, he wasn't easy to deal with. With her move, the school leaders and teachers wouldn't easily step in. Yi Xifan, who was the calmest of the three, was vexed. He put on the airs of an elder and reprimanded her again. "Yi Qian, you casually took out your parents' portraits. Unfilial son is heartless, even more vicious than a scorpion. His scolding wasn't light. As an official, he didn't swear, but his words were 100 times worse than a swear word. Faced with the scolding, Yi Qian lightly sneered, "Unfilial son? Mr. Yi, you're talking about yourself. Since you're old Madame Ye's son, how could you allow her to live outside with her own daughter? And how could you allow your own wife to insult old Madame Yi in front of you? In the Yi family, I've heard a lot of those insults. Unfilial son is heartless, even more vicious than a scorpion. Mr. Yi, I'll return the favor." Yi Qian's reaction to arguments was exceptional. There were only words she didn't want to say, but nothing she couldn't say. In an instant, Yi Jifan's face turned ashen. He stared at his niece, who made him more and more confused. After a while, he coldly snorted and said to the pale-faced old Madame Yi, "Mom, let's go back first." Yi Zhixiang didn't even dare to raise her head. She was afraid to see the viciousness in Yi Qian's eyes, as well as the murderous intent that terrified her. "Mom, let's go, let's go. That wretched girl is a lunatic, just like her mother. Let's go, let's go." Yi Qian's shock wasn't normal. It was so great that it was abnormal. Her words made Yi Qian's cold eyes sharpen. His gaze shot towards Yi Zhixiang like an arrow. Yi Qian, who had no intention of letting them leave, saw her figure flash past. Her movements were so fast that it was a blur. In the blink of an eye, she had blocked their path. "Didn't you want to take away my household registration? Why are you leaving so soon?" Not only did she block them, but she also grabbed Yi Zhixiang's wrist with lightning speed. Her gaze was bone-chilling. "Madame Yi, back then you and Sun Yaozu wanted to beat me to death. Now that you have money and power, why don't you dare?" Her grip was so strong that Yi Zhixiang didn't even notice it. However, it was already too late. Yi Zhixiang screamed in pain as her wrist was gripped so tightly that her bones hurt. "When did I say I was going to kill you? Let go of me. Let go? Didn't you come here to find trouble with me? I'm here, and I took the initiative to ask you to stay. Shouldn't you be happier?" As Yi Qian spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I still have over 40 days before the college entrance exam. I don't want to waste any more time with you." Chapter 1166. Yi Jian's voice seemed to penetrate every nook and cranny of the room. Her voice was laced with a bone-chilling coldness that spread to every corner of the room and pierced into Yi Zhixiang's body like needles. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Those two colorless photos. No, she didn't want to see them. She didn't want to see them. "What does your college entrance exam have to do with me? Damn girl, let go of me." "Ah. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go, let go." The more Yi Zhixiang scolded her, the stronger Yi Jian's grip became. Yi Jian, who could carry a heavy weapon and run, had a lot of strength in her grip. With a little more force, Yi Zhixiang screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt too much. She felt like her bones were being crushed. Her screams made old Madame Ye's relaxed face twitch. She scolded, "How old are you? Why are you screaming? Shut up." Yi Zhixiang, who was in pain and flustered, couldn't shut up. She immediately retorted, "Damn girl, you're so strong that you're going to crush my bones." "Mom, pull her away." Listen, is this something an adult would say? A woman in her 30s or 40s can't even compare to a little girl. She can't keep her cool at all. Old Madame Ye's eyelids drooped. Her triangular eyes flashed fiercely. When she raised her head again, she looked at Yi Qian with tears in her eyes. "Child, don't scare your aunt. Quickly put away your parents' photos. Did you hear that? Damn girl, get away from me. What's so good about a pair of short-lived ghosts?" Yi Zhixiang didn't dare to look at them. She turned her head away and tried to pull her hand back. She didn't pull her hand back the first time. Yi Zhixiang screamed even louder. "Yi Qian, what are you trying to do? Murder, someone's trying to kill someone. Someone come quickly, someone come quickly. Her screams were extraordinarily loud and filled with incomprehensible horror. She seemed very afraid of seeing Yi Qian's parents' photos. Old Madame Yi was also very afraid. Not only was she afraid, but both mother and daughter looked flustered. Their eyes flickered to Yi Qian's face from time to time, as if they were searching for something. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. Something was wrong, very wrong. Just now, he was angered by old Madame Ye's lack of remorse, so he didn't pay attention to their unusual reactions when she took out the photos. Yi Qian's eyes, and he recalled what happened that. Old Madame Ye's pupils constricted, and her facial expression stiffened. Then, her lips trembled slightly, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. As for her hands. That's right, as she clenched her fists, her unnatural expression hid a deep panic. What was she shocked about? What was she panicking about? Yi Zhixiang's expression was full of fear. She didn't dare to face it. But when she said, "Old Madame Yi, you did wrong to my father. If you didn't force my father to go out and earn money, he wouldn't have died." There was also a trace of relief in the mother and daughter's shocked expressions. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Why was there relief? When she said, "My father isn't your son," old Madame Ye's face turned pale. She was scared again. This time, there was even a trace of guilt. Fear, panic, relief, guilt. She could understand fear, panic, and guilt, but she couldn't explain why there was also relief. Chapter 1167. There's a problem, there must be a problem. Yi Qian pursed his lips and stared at Yi Zhixiang coldly. He stared at her until she bit her lower lip and straightened her body. Her head was twisted so much that her neck was about to be dislocated. Seeing her daughter so easily frightened, old Madame Yi pressed her daughter's shoulder. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have let her come. That wretched girl didn't seem to know anything. She shouldn't scare herself and let her find out more. "Zhixiang, you're her aunt. Don't be so alarmed. Little Jian isn't close to us. If you scream again, how can she be close to you in the future?" She hinted at Yi Zhixiang to calm down and stop screaming. "It's just your brother and sister-in-law. We're family. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you plan to go to the martyrs' cemetery tomorrow to pay your respects? Now that you've seen the photo, you should bow properly to show your remembrance." Yi Zhixiang wasn't willing, but old Madame Ye's fingers tightened around her shoulders. She knew that no matter how much she resisted, she had no choice but to lower her head. She bent, lowered her head, and bowed to the black and white photo. Even so, she never looked directly at it. Seeing this, Yi Qian didn't let go of her hand. Instead, he tightened his grip. Old Madame Yi clenched her teeth and sighed. "You're too extreme. If your parents were still alive, they would be so sad. Your father was diligent and your mother worked for the country and the people. Child, you should learn from your parents. Learn how they lowered their heads in front of her. Learn how to be honest." How could old Madame Yi say the words in her heart out loud? She could only harshly mutter them in her heart. Behind the tears, the pair of murky eyes that were filled with scheming were rolling with ominous clouds. This wretched girl was far more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. She had to stay calm. She hadn't panicked or messed up after so long. It was as if she had been waiting for her to come. Luckily, she only knew this one thing. Just now, she was really scared and thought that she knew something else. She glanced coldly at Yi Zhixiang. Seeing that she wasn't panicking anymore, old Madame Yi finally calmed down. Now that she knew that her father wasn't her biological son, and that her teacher was helping her, she couldn't do anything to her teacher. She had to think of another way. In the dark, old Madame Yi glanced at Yi Zhifan, who had a dark expression on his face. She saw him glance at the silent teacher Tong and then shake his head subtly. His meaning was obvious. His teacher was not going to help them convince Yi Qian. Looking at Yi Qian's stubborn behavior, old Madame Yi, who had been scheming in her heart, suddenly smiled. Those who are too hard will break easily, while those who are soft will never be defeated. Since the wretched girl had such a stubborn personality, he might as well let her break herself. There was no need to dirty his hands. Old Madame Yi raised her well-maintained but slightly withered hand and placed it on Yi Qian's wrist. She said softly, "So what if old man Zhen told you everything? Your father has been my son for more than 10 years. How can you say no just because you say no?" Earlier, she was still pretending to show off her familial love. Now, she suddenly revealed her poisonous tongue. Yi Qian, who was holding his parents' portrait, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He didn't need to guess to know that this vicious old lady was scheming again. No matter what she was scheming, he would definitely make her return empty-handed today. She would come here with her head held high and leave the school with her tail between her legs. Chapter 1168. Your father is my son. I can do whatever I want with him. He's just a wild thing that came out of nowhere. What about your mother? So what if she has a fiery temper? At least I'm still alive. She's already dead and turned into a pile of bones. She had a fiery temper, right? Fine, I'll just say things that you don't like to hear. I want to see how a 19-year-old girl can keep her composure. Old Madame Yi purposely lowered her voice at the beginning, but as she slowly tightened her grip on Yi Qian's wrist, her voice gradually became louder and filled with the helplessness of an elderly person. Little Jian, you can't explain what happened over the past 10 years. Your father's surname is Yi, and so is your surname. Whether you admit it or not, everyone in the village knows that your father is my son and you are my granddaughter. No one can change this. You have to admit it even if you don't want to. You're still young and it's easy for you to trust the wrong people. At this point, old Madame Ye's gaze drifted to Principal Chen before she continued sadly, Grandma doesn't blame you for being insensible, and I don't blame you for not coming out to meet me. But child, no matter how far you go or how close you are to outsiders, your surname is still Yi. Her tone was filled with sorrow. In a few words, she had described Yi Qian as an unfilial son who didn't even acknowledge his ancestors. Headmaster Chen, who was insinuated as a bad guy, calmly raised his eyes. Seeing that Yi Jian did not show any signs of anger on her face, a faint smile appeared on his resolute face that had been through many hardships. Old Madame Yi was indeed someone. No wonder her daughter and son-in-law had to rely on her for so many years. She couldn't do anything to the teacher, so she came up with the idea of angering Yi Qian. It was true that they wanted to take away Yi Qian's household registration, but their ultimate goal was to ruin little Jian's future. On the eve of the college entrance exam, all the candidates were protected like pandas by the school and their parents, afraid that a slight distraction would affect the exam. Last year, the grandfather of a candidate from the provincial first high school passed away. In order not to affect the candidate's revision, the whole family kept it a secret and only brought the candidate to his grandfather's grave to kowtow after the exam. They didn't even dare to say that a relative had passed away, afraid that the candidate would fail the exam. On the other hand, old Madame Yi used the excuse of looking after her granddaughter. On the surface, she missed her granddaughter so much that she fell ill, but in reality, she had an ulterior motive. They only wanted to ruin Yi Qian's college entrance exam. If Principal Chen could see it, Principal Chao and Teacher Tong could see it even more clearly. If it wasn't for Yi Qian hinting at them with his eyes, Teacher Tong would have kicked old Madame Yi and her family out of school. But Yi Qian's eyes made them feel at ease. For some reason, she always had a charm that made people involuntarily believe in her. She didn't need to say anything, just a look was enough to make people's restlessness disappear. Hearing her voice, her expression was as cold as Yi Shengshuang's in the early winter morning. Old madam, didn't you have a bad person in your family? Tell me, I've already met a bad guy who wants to kill me. Do you think I'll still trust a bad guy? Her delicate lips slowly curved into a smile, and her beautiful face revealed a smile as beautiful as a blooming flower. It was beautiful, but not bright. It was filled with the darkness that remained after the petals bloomed. Even the experienced old Madame Yi couldn't help but feel her heart tighten. Why did Yi Zhixiang feel guilty? Why did old Madame Yi feel lucky? Yi Qian, who had been harboring deep questions in his heart, slowly opened his mouth and said, "Old Madam, I was able to come out of the Yi family alive thanks to the help of good people. Please don't mention good people or bad people. I'm scared of myself." Chapter 1169. Yi Qian tightened his grip on Yi Zhixiang's wrist. Her screams were ringing in his ears, but he didn't even raise his eyebrows as he said indifferently, "I'm afraid of me. If I'm not careful, I'll teach these bad guys a lesson. For example, just listen to your daughter's voice. Isn't it miserable?" To fight with old Madame Yi, one had to see who was more ruthless, more steady, and more patient. In comparison, old Madame Yi, who loved her daughter as much as her own life, was not as calm as Yi Qian. However, she was already 60 years old and had seen too much. Her heart was thick and hard, as if it had been branded with a layer of rust. Even if she couldn't bear to see her daughter in pain, she wouldn't be as impatient as Sun Dongqing. "Little Jian, are you really not afraid?" "Afraid? Who's the one who's afraid now?" Yi Qian smiled as he asked. His expression was a little cold, but his beautiful eyebrows were calm. "My household register is not under your name. You can't interfere with anything I do. You can't even do anything when I don't want to see you. You think I'm afraid? Do I need to be afraid?" Hearing this, old Madame Yi felt a sharp pain in her heart. This damned girl. Acting so presumptuously in front of her, she really wasn't Yi Xinfan's child. The angrier the other party was, the calmer Yi Qian became. Looking for trouble? Trying to control her? Then try it. Listening to the old and young exchange back and forth, seeing that the old one didn't have the upper hand, Teacher Tong finally relaxed a little. She was no longer worried that her student would be at a disadvantage. Yi Qian, the most outstanding student in the province's first high school of 96. None of the teachers doubted her, and none of her classmates doubted her. In the 2 years of high school, she never let the teachers worry about her, nor did she disappoint them. If she said she could solve it, then the teachers would believe her. Only old Madame Ye's heavy breathing could be heard in the office. Even Yi Zhixiang had quieted down. As for Yi Zhifan, he wouldn't interfere rashly to avoid falling into Principal Chao's hands. The reason why Yi Zhifan was able to get to where he was today was not only because he had someone secretly supporting him, but also because he had a certain level of ability. If he was a hopeless case, how could the person behind the jade pendant help him? He secretly observed Principal Chen's expression and saw that there wasn't the slightest bit of worry on his face. Instead, when he noticed that he was observing him, he glanced at him and gave him a faint smile. Smile? How could he still laugh? Wasn't Shen Dongfeng worried about Yi Qian? Something was not quite right. Logically speaking, they should be worried, but each and every one of them maintained a calm expression. Even their gazes were so indifferent, without the slightest bit of worry. The more he looked, the more Yi Zhifan felt that something was amiss. As he supported old Madame Yi, he could not help but remind her in a low voice, "Mom, they don't seem to be worried about Yi Qian. Do you think there's a problem?" Yi Zhifan, who had a clear understanding of the officialdom, clearly understood that this was the time to unite against an external enemy. He would definitely remind them if he needed to. "Don't worry." Old Madame Yi hinted with her eyes, and the coldness in her eyes deepened. That damned girl was more than difficult to deal with. She clearly knew what she was worried about. However, he didn't know what she was worried about. What was she worried about? What exactly was she worried about? There must be something. There must be something. Old Madame Ye's brain was not rusty. Her cloudy eyes were gloomy, like a piece of wood buried in the ground, emitting a rotting smell. Principal Chen was completely relieved. He could clearly see that in front of the girl, old Madame Yi, who was full of airs, could not gain any advantage at all. Instead, from time to time, she would be angered by Yi Qian until her face turned ashen. Chapter 1170. Old Madame Ye's plan to provoke Yi Qian and make him do something inappropriate was indeed brilliant. Unfortunately, no matter how good she was at scheming, she would never have guessed that Yi Qian had undergone special training to be able to control his temper at all times and calmly deal with any unexpected situations. Old Madame Yi, who couldn't think of a solution, glanced at her hand that was tightly gripping Yi Qian's wrist, and a sinister look flashed across her eyes. There was only one way, which was to provoke her and make her do something inappropriate. Her sinister old eyes flashed with scheming, and with a stuffy nose, she said in a muffled voice, "Yi Qian, you may be able to cause a ruckus now, but that won't be the case in the future. Without a home, you'll lose your roots. Do you really want to make everyone lose face? Do you really think that you've won just because you've caused a ruckus? No, even if you win, you'll tarnish your reputation. Do you understand?" At the age of 18 or 19, she cared about her reputation. If she caused a ruckus and was made fun of by both boys and girls, would she still be able to continue being arrogant? If she listened this time, then everyone would be happy. If she didn't, there was no need to rush. There was still another move waiting for her. Old Madame Yi had seen countless people and had her own way of judging people. She was able to turn her daughter's small business into a big business because she had both strategies and methods. If one plan didn't work, she would come up with another one in a matter of minutes. She was even better at scheming within scheming and scheming within scheming, making it impossible to guard against. There was hardness within softness, viciousness within hardness, and viciousness within viciousness. Every move came one after another. "I heard that your grades are good and that you intend to get into a good university. What if someone writes a letter about what happened today to your future university? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to survive in a new environment?" Standing in the middle, she purposely kept her voice low so that only Yi Qian could hear her. Even Yi Jifan, who was next to her, didn't see her lips move. "Yi Qian, you're still young. You don't know the power of rumors and slanders. Rumors are an invisible weapon that kills people. If you don't listen to me and the whole school hears that a good student doesn't even acknowledge your grandmother, what do you think your classmates will think of you?" She wasn't afraid that an 18 or 19-year-old girl would be so calm. He had to make her afraid. The orphan who left her home treated the school as her home. If there came a day when the school that she treated as her home could no longer accommodate her, she would like to see if she could still straighten her back and speak to her with a cold and arrogant expression. At that time, the school won't tolerate you, and you won't be able to return home. What's the point of living then? How dare you threaten me with your parents' photos? Little Jian, you're too naive. You can't do anything to me when you're alive. Do you think you can do anything to me when you're dead? A trap within a trap, and a trap within a trap. Yi Qian had chosen not to make a fuss and had also fallen into her trap. But if Yi Qian had really made a fuss, then it would have been even better for old Madame Yi. "I only hope that you will make a bigger fuss." Who would be affected by a high school student yelling at his own grandmother? Old Madame Yi sneered as she looked at the young face in front of her. So what if she was like Sun Xueqing? Back then, the word filial piety had suppressed her. Now, it could still suppress her daughter. Seeing Yi Qian's face gradually turn gloomy, old Madame Yi thought that she had the upper hand and said, "As long as you listen to your grandmother's arrangements today, you can do whatever you want in the future." She didn't move her hand away from Yi Qian's wrist. She was waiting for her hand to be pushed away so that the school leaders could see what a good student was like in their eyes. Chapter 1171. As long as she moved, she would immediately fall to the ground. She would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Would a century-old school protect a student who pushed, scolded, and hit an elderly person? Old Madame Ye's plan was indeed brilliant. If it had been another person today, they might not have fallen for the first trick, but the second and third tricks might have fallen for it. But for Yi Jian, who had lived 2 lives, how could she, who could even see through life and death, not know what old Madame Yi was up to? Old Madame Ye's perceived threat had no effect on Yi Qian. All she got in return was a cold, thin laugh that brushed past her ear. It was very light, like a flower falling to the ground, but also contained the calm before destruction. "The world is so big. You, an old lady in your 60s, are discussing the future with me, who is still in my prime. Old madam, haven't you counted how many days you have left? It had to be said that Yi Qian's mouth was sometimes poisonous. It was so poisonous that it sent chills down one's spine. Every word was ruthless, like a double-edged sword that could stab someone until they bled. Especially for old Madame Yi, who cherished her life. She didn't want to hear these kinds of words. She was still putting on airs, but in the next second, her face turned green and white. She was panting heavily. Just like her mother, just like her mother. She was so rebellious that she couldn't wait to break her bones and throw her out to feed the dogs. Yi Qian had always been sharp. She saw old Madame Ye's every move. Seeing that old Madame Yi was so angry that she was about to faint, her smile deepened. My father is honest, so my mother won't fight with you. But that doesn't mean that I'm honest and won't fight with you. Old Madame Yi, if you want to transfer my household register to your hands, stop dreaming. She couldn't deal with old Madame Yi gently and quietly. She also couldn't use the same method she used on Sun Dongqing. 60 years old was considered an old person. If he were to argue with her, he would first be accused of being arrogant and despotic, not knowing how to respect the elderly and love the young. In addition, Yi Zhifan was also involved in this matter, so the matter would be infinitely exaggerated and exaggerated. There was no need to reprimand her loudly. She only needed to say one sentence to anger her. That was enough. Old Madame Yi was really angry. Not only did she not get what she wanted, but she was also angered by Yi Qian to the point that her heart throbbed with pain. He hated that he could not just throw a slap over and suck out all the resentment in his heart. Then he heard Yi Qian say with a faint smile, "You tried so hard to transfer my household registration to yours. I'm afraid it has something to do with Yi Zhifan. Don't be angry. If you faint from anger and hurt your body, you will have to suffer." Finally, the old lady, who had exhausted her last bit of patience, said coldly, "In other words, you won't listen to Grandma today no matter what, right? Since you won't listen to my advice, Yi Qian, don't blame Granny for being heartless." Yi Qian laughed. "Old madam, when have you ever had feelings for me? It would be strange if you felt anything for me, but I wouldn't be surprised if you felt nothing for me. Back then, you saw Sun Yaozu kick me until I fainted, and then ordered him to throw me into the snow. Now that I think about it, you guys are going to do it again. No matter what, I can't miss this great opportunity." Her gaze gradually turned cold. That trace of coldness was like a steel needle piercing directly into old Madame Ye's face. It was as if she could see through people's hearts. She seemed to be implying something. Old Madame Ye's expression became even more gloomy. Back then, she had come back in a hurry. If she had stayed for one more day, she might have really gotten rid of the scourge in front of her, and today's incident wouldn't have happened. Chapter 1172. There was finally regret in old Madame Ye's eyes. She regretted that she didn't get rid of Yi Qian when she was young. The possibility of making an evil person repent one day was close to zero. Facing old Madame Ye's haze, Yi Qian, whose eyes were filled with emotions, smiled faintly and added, "God knows what you're doing. God is watching what you do. Don't think that what you've done will cause people to forget the truth as time passes. Old madam, I'm telling you very clearly that I'll remember everything you've done to me. I'll remember it clearly." The first half of the sentence seemed to be said casually, but it was actually a test. She wanted to see what old Madame Ye's expression would be when she said this. As Yi Qian finished speaking, old Madame Ye's expression tensed up again. She quickly looked down at Yi Xinfan's photo and used her drooping eyelids to hide the darkness in her eyes. Yi Qian felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on her chest. It was so heavy that she couldn't even breathe properly. What did old Madame Yi do to father? She didn't even dare to look at him. Yi Qian closed her eyes. In her previous life, other than keeping an eye on Yi Zhifan's family, she had never thought of keeping an eye on old Madame Yi. In her previous life, she only wanted to seek justice for herself. She also wanted to ask old Madame Yi if she regretted what she had done to her parents. But she never thought that her father's accidental death might have a lot to do with old Madame Yi. Unfilial, she was indeed unfilial. Luckily, she could start her life over. She had to settle the things she didn't settle in her previous life one by one in this life. Yi Qian steadied her mind and quietly approached old Madame Yi. My father isn't your biological son. Don't even think about getting any benefits from me. Don't even think about getting my household register back. Don't even think about causing trouble for me during my college entrance exams. Her voice was cold and faint. There was even a trace of understanding in it. Old madam, if you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. Will wait for your retribution. I will see what will happen to you, the old madam who forced my father to death. I will see what kind of ending will befall you, an old lady who doesn't have a shred of compassion. Yi Qian's calm voice drifted into old Madame Fu's ears and echoed in her heart. Her words made old Madame Ye's anger surge in wave after wave. She was so angry that her body couldn't help but tremble. After repeating the word good a few times, she said with a face full of anger, Yi Qian, I'd like to see who will suffer retribution. After that, the old lady could not stay any longer. Before Yi Qian could shake off her hand, she withdrew her hand and left the office angrily without looking back. She loosened her grip, and Yi Qian also loosened his grip on Yi Zhixiang's hand. He stared coldly at old Madame Ye's back, and his lips curled into a cold smile. It was necessary to investigate how her father had died in an accident, and it was even more necessary to investigate why her mother had sacrificed herself. Also, why Sun Ziyao was blind in one eye when he came back that year, and why he was filled with hatred toward him. It was necessary to investigate thoroughly. Yi Zhixiang, who was finally free, saw that Yi Qian had clearly scratched her wrist. Before she left, she said fiercely, Yi Qian, just you wait. I will definitely get back at you for this. She had miscalculated today. She shouldn't have just come here. She should have brought someone with her. Chapter 1173. Her threat only made Yi Qian smile faintly. Sure, I want to settle the score with you too. It was unlikely that she would be able to find out what had frightened the mother and daughter from old Madame Yi, but she could try on Yi Zhixiang. She wanted to regain some of her dignity before leaving, but she was so frightened by Yi Qian's words that she lost her balance and sprained her right leg. She was even more embarrassed when she left. Little Jian, it's very likely that they will come and cause trouble again. Principal Chen walked to Yi Qian's side and whispered, but if you let them stay today, it will affect your exam. Yi Qian did not turn around. Her eyes narrowed and her voice carried a hint of sadness. She replied softly, No, Uncle Chen, they won't come again for the time being. She had tested her twice, but the angry old Madame Yi did not notice. After she calmed down and thought about it carefully, she would not act rashly. She would not make a move until she found out the truth. If she really came, it would mean that she realized that she did not know anything. But how could she let an old lady find out that she was just testing her and did not know anything? Principal Chen saw that she was calm, as if she already had a plan. He smiled and said, That's good, as long as you know what to do. You've always been sensible and there is nothing we need to worry about. I believe you can handle old Madame Yi well. The little girl of the past had grown up. There were some things that she did not need help from others. She could face them on her own. Miss Jian had grown up. He and Uncle Jen needed to let go of her and not hold her hand tightly. They needed to let the adults tell her what to do and then she would do it. A child's growth required constant bumps and bruises. Only then would she truly grow up. Principal Chen chose to let go. He stood aside and watched her grow up step by step. I was careless today. I didn't expect the elegant and kind old lady to. Teacher Tong's guilty voice came from the office. It was so soft that only the people in the office could hear it. No one lost their composure because of this. They all maintained a different level of self-restraint as they discussed what had just happened. There were still 10 minutes to the end of the exam. Yi Qian, who had not left, listened quietly. There were people who cared about her. It did not matter if her grandmother was there or not. After leaving the school, old Madame Yi could no longer hide her anger. Her expression was so ferocious that even her facial features were distorted. Mom, why are you leaving so soon? We haven't finished our business yet. Yi Zhixiang, who had caught up with her, did not see the ferocious look on old Madame Ye's face. Her footsteps were uneven as she caught up with old Madame Yi. She complained, "That wretched girl doesn't respect you at all. Why didn't you slap her in the face just now? How infuriating. My wrist is all red from her grip. Look, they're all red." At this moment, old Madame Yi was not in the mood to care whether her daughter's wrist was red or not. Hearing that she was only complaining to her and not caring at all, old Madame Yi turned her head and looked at her daughter coldly. "You're usually so fierce. Why are you standing there like a mute today?" Her voice was full of anger. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. Yi Zhifan looked at the gloomy old Madame Yi casually and said, "Mom, you're underestimating Yi Qian." Chapter 1174. Hearing old Madame Ye's words, Yi Zhixiang no longer dared to complain loudly. However, it was impossible for her to not say anything. She lowered her voice and muttered carefully, "You've been bullied by that wretched girl. How can you vent your anger on me? You're in your 30s and 40s. You're worse than her." Old Madame Ye's heart ached even more when she heard this. The fake kindness on her face disappeared without a trace. Only sharpness remained between her eyebrows. "She's not even 20 years old. She's suppressing an elder like you. Where's her usual shrewdness? You're acting like a mouse in front of a cat. Even I feel ashamed for you." Yi Zhixiang was a typical bully who feared the strong and bullied the weak. However, she was still stubborn. After being exposed by old Madame Yi, she felt embarrassed. "Mom, do you think I want to do this? Have you forgotten what happened at Caesar Hotel? She wanted to kill me." At the mention of Caesar Hotel, old Madame Yi, who was also frightened by Yi Qian, suddenly stopped in her tracks and grabbed Yi Zhifan's arm. "Zhifan, did you find out if Master Ho-san has anything to do with that brat?" As soon as she finished asking, she saw Yi Zhifan frowning as if he was recalling something. Old Madame Yi couldn't help but say angrily, "How could you forget such an important thing? That brat isn't even afraid of you, a provincial official. She clearly has someone backing her up. Master Ho-san is one of the top figures in the southern province. How could he support that brat for no reason? It's obvious. There's something we don't know about." In the past, she thought it was probably a coincidence that Master Ho-san, who had always been loyal and principled even in the underworld, had stepped in to mediate. Now that she thought about it, how could it have been a coincidence? If the hotel was filled with all kinds of guests every day, how could Master Ho-san have the time to step in? How could he have just happened to appear in the room? The more she thought about it, the more old Madame Yi felt that there must be something going on between the two of them. She blinked and asked Yi Zhixiang, "I don't think Master Ho-san is married. Ask Yaozu to find out if there are any rumors about Master Ho-san being a kept woman." Yi Zhixiang was good at gathering information, and after hearing old Madame Ye's words, she reacted much more quickly. Her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Mom, are you suspecting that the wretched girl is being kept by third Master Ho?" Old Madame Yi pondered for a while, and then slowly said, "It's not impossible. That brat is even more seductive than Sun Shueching, and her skin is as white as snow." Her tone suddenly became sour, and she curled her lips disdainfully. "With her looks, she's not qualified to be kept by a rich man. People like Master Ho-san love to play with girls who are so tender that they can squeeze water out of water. That wretched girl is so seductive. Maybe she's really lucky to be kept by Master Ho-san." It was no wonder that the mother and daughter could be so whimsical. There was rarely any news about Ho-zi. It was said that there was a boss in Harbor City who wanted to build a relationship with Ho-zi. However, he felt that there were only a few underworld gangsters in the mainland. As a boss in Harbor City, he lowered himself to be sworn brothers with Ho-zi because he thought highly of Ho-zi. Therefore, he invited a few wild models from Harbor City to the southern province and wanted to get to know Ho-zi through them. When the man arrived, Ho-zi went to meet him. When she opened the door of the private room, a few beautiful women in bikini surrounded her. Ho Zi came in and toasted to the boss in Harbor City. The whole thing happened in less than a minute, and then she left with her men. Chapter 1175. Before he left, he said, "I didn't expect the boss of Harbor City to have such a shallow taste in women. How could he treat a few girls with crooked noses and slanted eyes as treasures?" In less than 5 minutes, he sent 10 foreign models to Harbor City's boss, slapping him in the face with his actions. After that, it was rumored that Third Master Ho's taste was very high. The women he chose not only had to be beautiful, but also elegant and intelligent. As for Yi Qian, no matter how much old Madame Yi hated her, she had to admit that she really met Ho Zi's requirements. She was beautiful and had an indescribable air of arrogance. She was so smart that she could go abroad to compete, and so young that she was like a flower bud that was about to bloom. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed to be able to catch Ho Zi's eye. Yi Zhifan didn't say anything and only said indifferently, "It's good to let my little sister investigate. If I have any news, I'll send a letter to mother." There are only 40 days before her college entrance examination. If my little sister can really find out something, we can use it. If there is conclusive evidence of a good student being kept, even if we don't get her household registration, the school will be pressured to expel her. It didn't matter what method was used as long as the goal was achieved. The matter was settled. Old Madame Yi revealed a faint smile and then sighed. Alas, disobedient children always have to suffer a little. Only after suffering a little will they understand. We are her family. It's better to let her suffer a little in her own home than in society. In the blink of an eye, old Madame Yi returned to her amiable appearance. Her face was full of helplessness. Yi Zhifan glanced at her and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. The old woman was good at pretending when she was young. When she was old, she was even better at it. People who didn't know her would really think that she was a kind person. When he went back, he would remind Sun Dongqing to avoid the old woman as much as possible. Yi Zhixiang, who was a little interested in the conversation, suddenly asked, "Mother, how did that wretched girl suddenly know that Big Brother is not your biological son? Who told her?" Her eyes were already looking at Yi Zhifan. "You don't have to look at me. I only found out later than you that Big Brother is not Mom's son." Yi Zhifan was not lying. When he found out, he was still in a daze. It turned out that the old woman had only given birth to one child, Yi Zhixiang. Old Madame Yi glanced at her daughter and said angrily, "Old man Zhen knows your uncle, and he also knows that your brother is not my biological son. That wretched girl is close to old man Zhen, what's so strange about her knowing?" He then warned, "Go back and inform Yaozu to investigate Master Ho-san. Inform me immediately if there is any news. Your brother is right. If news of a good student being kept as a mistress gets out, that wretched girl will only be expelled." At this time, they still didn't know what the consequences of offending Yi Qian would be. They were so focused on taking down Yi Qian that they forgot about Ho Zi's reaction. When Ho Zi found out that someone was secretly investigating whether he and Yi Jian were kept as mistresses, even he, who had always been calm, was a little stunned. Sitting in the air-conditioned room on a hot day, he shivered and asked his 2 assistants, "Does Miss Xia know about it too? She should know." The news came out after Miss Xia attended a charity auction. Miss Xia was there at the time, and you were busy with the auction. The assistant was very reserved. At the time, Master Ho-san was busy being jealous and fighting with the returning designer who was standing next to Miss Xia. Chapter 1176. When the incident from a few days ago was brought up, the gloomy Ho Zi snapped the pen in his hand in two and said in a deep voice, "Investigate it. I want to see who the fuck dares to frame me." If he found out it was that gigolo, he would definitely break his hamstring. More than a year had passed and Ho Zi and Xia Yiwei's relationship was still complicated. When Xia Yiwei unilaterally announced a breakup, Ho Zi pretended not to know and continued to act as her boyfriend. However, the beauty had a boyfriend who even their parents had met before. Sometimes, when Ho Zi, coincidentally, bumped into Xia Yiwei, he would also see the love rival that he hated so much that he couldn't just get rid of. Now, Xia Yiwei had yet to return to his embrace and there were rumors that he was keeping Yi Qian as his mistress. That was Xia Laoyu's girlfriend. Even Xia Yiwei knew about it. Xia Laolu should know about it too. At this time, Xia Yiwei was on the phone with Xia Jinyuan. She was sitting in her office in a black slim-fit suit with one arm crossed. She was laughing so hard that tears glistened in her eyes. When I heard the news, I was a little dumbfounded. They actually said that Ho Zi was keeping Yi Qian as his mistress. I think this was most likely a rumor spread by someone who had a grudge with Ho Zi. Xia Yiwei didn't think that this rumor could be targeted at Yi Qian. After all, a student was not as important as a mafia boss. But if the rumor was really directed at Ho Zi, then Yi Qian was in danger. After laughing, Xia Yiwei looked serious and said in a low voice, "Do you want me to go to the school and inform Yi Qian to be careful these few days? There are only 20 days left until the college entrance exam. Why don't you just stay on campus?" Although living in the neighborhood was convenient, it wasn't as safe as living in the school. Since the person who had a grudge with Ho Zi was able to mention Yi Qian's name, it was obvious that they had spent a lot of effort to investigate. If they really sent someone to look for Yi Qian to threaten Ho Zi, it wouldn't be safe for her to live alone in the neighborhood. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't even take off his helmet, leaned against his desk. His body was covered in smoke, and he even put aside his fatigue. He said in a deep voice, "Yi Qian and Brother Zi have only met twice. It's impossible for there to be any rumors about them having an improper relationship. It's even more unlikely that someone who has a grudge with Brother Zi would bring up the past only now. The possibility of Brother Zi's enemy deliberately spreading the news is very low. I suspect that someone is trying to harm Yi Qian." Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished his training, learned from the guards that a woman with the surname Xia had been calling the army every day since a few days ago. She had left a message that he must pass on the message immediately when she saw him, saying that she had something urgent to tell him. When he returned to the barracks and heard the message from the guards, he ran back to his office and called Xia Yiwei back. He was afraid that Yi Qian, whom he had entrusted to Xia Yiwei's care, had met with an accident. At this moment, even the oil paint couldn't hide the sharpness in his eyes. His voice was as cold as ice as he said in a deep voice, "This kind of thing won't affect Brother Zi. It will affect Yi Qian, who's about to take the college entrance exam." After he said that, Xia Yiwei immediately reacted. She frowned and replied, "That's right. That's why I didn't know whether to laugh or cry when I heard it and didn't take it seriously. Now that I've heard what you said, the one who will be affected the most is indeed Yi Qian. Don't worry, let me take a look at my work here. If something really happened to Yi Qian, whom Old Six doted on like the apple of his eye, she didn't know what crazy things Old Six would do. She had to deal with it immediately." Chapter 1177. She opened her schedule and checked it immediately. Today was Wednesday. There was a small meeting in the afternoon that would end at 4 p.m. Other than that, there was nothing else. It didn't matter if she attended the small meeting or not. She had to go to the school first. After putting away the schedule, Xia Yiwei tidied up her desk and said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'm going to the school to take a look. It doesn't matter if it affects Ho Zi, but it definitely can't affect Yi Qian. Thank you for your hard work." Xia Jinyuan pursed his thin lips. He couldn't rush over. The recruit training would end in July. As an instructor, he couldn't just leave. He couldn't go over himself, so he could only find out the progress of the matter through Xia Yiwei. After tidying up, Xia Yiwei smiled. "I'm not used to you being so polite to me all of a sudden. It's done. It's just a small matter. If someone really wants to target Yi Qian, I can take care of it." She paused and joked, "I realize that Yi Qian attracts a lot of villains. She has a lot more problems than other students in high school, and none of them are small." She knew that there were 3 major problems. The first one happened during the National Day military training in her second year of high school. If she didn't have some skills, she might have been ostracized and couldn't participate in the military training. The second one was even bigger. There was a suicide incident at the provincial first high school, and Yi Qian was almost pushed off the building. The third one, there were even rumors of her being a kept woman. It's not that she attracts villains. It's because she's too outstanding that others are jealous of her. Plus, she doesn't like to explain herself. She has a quiet personality and doesn't like to argue with her classmates. She's always been this way, so those who are jealous of her don't even have a chance to find fault with her. You can see a thing or two about the complexity of human nature. Being too perfect will also attract trouble. The person who knew Yi Qian the best was Xia Jinyuan. Xia Yiwei agreed and added, also, Yi Qian's extraordinariness sets off their ordinariness. At her age, she shouldn't be so advanced. It's normal for her to attract jealousy. It's better for her to be in a different environment. If she's in an environment full of smart people, like the junior class, who would be jealous? That was true. The junior class at the University of Science and Technology was full of extraordinary people. Yi Qian wouldn't be so extraordinary if she went to the junior class. The college entrance examination is only 20 days away. Sister, please take good care of her and let her finish the college entrance examination smoothly. Xia Jinyuan was not only talking, he was also thinking about who would target Yi Jian. After much thought, he could only think of Yi Jifan's family. Yi Jifan was a provincial official. Xia Yiwei, who also worked in the provincial office, naturally knew him. Knowing that Xia Jinyuan wouldn't suspect someone for no reason, she called Ho Zi. Ho Zi, who was instructing her subordinates to investigate, glanced at her phone and saw a number she knew by heart. Ho Zi quickly picked up the phone and said calmly, I don't need to tell you about my relationship with Yi Qian. She's Xia Laoyou's girlfriend. No matter how fucking stupid I am, I wouldn't do anything to his people. I don't care how stupid you are. Just now, Lao Lu told me that this matter is probably directed at Yi Qian. You better check if you've offended a provincial official named Yi Jifan. Lao Lu suspects that he's the one who spread the rumors. Xia Yiwei hung up the phone, picked up her car keys, and rushed to the provincial high school. Chapter 1178. Xia Yiwei seemed to have really turned cold towards Ho Zi. Every time Ho Zi appeared in front of her, she would never talk about the past and would immediately turn around and leave. As for phone calls, ever since she unilaterally broke up with him, she never took the initiative to contact him again. She broke up with him just like that and stopped contacting him just like that. Ho Zi was shocked by her decisiveness. When a woman was ruthless, she could be even more ruthless than a man. Once a woman decided to stop loving someone, it was even harder for her to change her mind than a man. Her decisiveness in hanging up the phone once again made Ho Zi so angry that his expression changed completely. He gripped his phone tightly and his arms trembled as he lowered his head. Only Miss Xia could make their third master so angry that he wanted to kill someone, and he had to hold it in. After a while, Ho Zi's cold voice sounded in the office that was filled with murderous intent. I have one day. I want to know who's gossiping behind my back by this time tomorrow. His voice was so heavy that it felt like a few inches of ice. It was so cold that the calves of his assistant who was listening to his orders secretly trembled. It had been a long time since the third master was angry. The assistant couldn't remember the last time he was angry. It had been at least 3 years, if not 5 years. I've already sent someone to investigate. I'll report to you as soon as there's any news. Ho Zi's subordinates had always been good at handling matters. As long as it had something to do with Xia Yiwei, they would put it first and didn't dare to delay at all. Especially when there were rumors that the third master was having an affair with a high school student and kept her as a mistress, they didn't dare to delay. Detain the person. I haven't met anyone who dares to add to my scandal in a long time. Ho Zi stood up and tugged at his tie in annoyance. I'm going out for a while. Call the chairman of Qingguang Corporation and tell him that I have something urgent to deal with. I'll arrange a place to apologize to him tomorrow. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to call him in a few hundred days. It was obvious that she had taken note of this matter. Of course, he didn't think that she was taking note of it because of him. The first thing he said was, she's probably targeting Yi Qian. Sigh, when she took the initiative to call, he didn't expect that it was all thanks to old Six's girlfriend that he got a call from her, even though it was only for 16 seconds. After being in love for 17 years, both of them could more or less guess what the other party would do next. When Xia Yiwei drove to the entrance of the provincial first high school, she saw the man she was most familiar with standing beside the black car with one hand in his trouser pocket, exuding a cold aura as he waited for her. "You've come." Hosey walked over and looked at his lover, whom he could hug as long as he stretched out his hand. Now, it was difficult for him to even see her. His heart ached slightly. He didn't know why he had come to this point. Xia Yiwei took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of clear eyes. It was rare for someone in their mid-30s to still have a pair of eyes as clear as a young girl's. She looked at Ho Zi indifferently and her red lips curved slightly. Something happened to sixth brother's girlfriend. As his sister, of course I have to come. I'll go with you. There's no need to trouble third Master Ho with our family matters. Also, I'll have to trouble third Master Ho to clean up your matters first. Don't implicate my family. Xia Yiwei's smile gradually smoothed out. Her expression gradually turned cold as she rejected him indifferently. I don't want to implicate Yi Qian because of your matter and make sixth brother worry. I also don't want Yi Qian to suffer because of your matter. Chapter 1179. She kept calling him Master Ho-san and told him not to implicate my family. The way she looked at him was even colder than when she looked at a stranger. There was no trace of past friendship in her eyes. There was only coldness, rejection, and rejection towards him. Master Ho-san felt as if his heart was blocked by a pile of broken ice. His originally warm heart was now so cold that it felt as if his blood had frozen. Yiwei, do we still need to be so clear? Master Ho-san, we didn't need to be so clear in the past. But now, you have your life and I have mine. We need to be clear. As the secretary of the Southern Province's governor, how could Xia Yiwei do the job if she didn't have the courage? Ho Zi, whose face was even more beautiful than a woman's, was so angry that the veins on her forehead were popping out. Her tone didn't even have the slightest fluctuation. Xia Yiwei looked at him with a sharp and cold gaze. He was angry, and very angry. She had never made him angry before. She had always been a virtuous and magnanimous girlfriend. She didn't expect that after breaking up with him, she would anger the famous Master Ho-san. It was really sarcastic. Ho Zi saw that her gaze had turned cold. There was a trace of sadness in his anger. At this point, he indeed had to bear a lot of responsibility. He controlled his temper and said, I need to ask Lalio's girlfriend if she has any grudges with Yi Jifan. At the same time, I also need to ask if she has offended anyone recently. Since you want me to solve the matter that will affect your family as soon as possible, you should at least let me investigate. The reason was very good. Xia Yiwei couldn't refuse to go with him. So when Yi Qian saw the two of them sitting on the same stone bench by Swan Lake, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Captain Xia said that Sister Xia seemed to have made up her mind to not be with Ho Zi anymore. She also said that her relationship with the designer was stable. Why did they come to find him together today? Jane Eyre, over here. Xia Yiwei had already spotted Yi Qian. She stood up gracefully and waved at him. In comparison, Ho Zi's reaction was a beat slower. His attention was on the woman he loved and he did not pay attention to his surroundings. It was summer in the southern province. In the afternoon, the sun shone so brightly that the leaves on the trees curled up. However, Xia Yiwei, who was wearing a professional suit, did not sweat at all. Her makeup was clean and she did not seem to feel hot at all. With a serious expression, she said calmly, If you haven't heard of it yet, either the school doesn't know about it, or the school knows about it but doesn't believe it. She was Ho Zi's kept woman. Yi Qian, who appeared calm on the surface, was actually a little embarrassed. Of all the things to spread, why did they have to spread the rumor that she was Ho Zi's kept woman? Sixth brother reminded me that this matter might have something to do with Yi Jifan. I'm here today to ask if you have any other suspects. Ho Zi said, I thought that someone was targeting me, but it doesn't seem like it. If someone is really targeting me, Yi Qian, I can tell you very seriously that it's not just a rumor. He had too many enemies around him, and they were all ruthless people who had killed people. If someone was really targeting him, how could they just spread some rumors? Yi Qian smiled and said, "It shouldn't be targeting Brother Z. I'm afraid this matter is really targeting me. As for the suspect." She paused slightly and looked at Ho Zi with her bright black eyes. "Brother Z, do you know a man named Sun Yaozu?" Chapter 1180. Sun Yaozu. After going through the names in his mind, Ho Zi muttered, "I've never heard of this person." Sun Yaozu's wife is called Yi Zhixiang. She and Yi Zhifan are siblings. Yi Qian told Ho Zi everything that happened 20 days ago. He also told Ho Zi what old Madame Yi said so that Ho Zi could use it as a reference for his investigation. "I'm not suspecting Yi Zhifan. I'm suspecting old Madame Yi and Yi Zhixiang." Old Madame Yi said, "Rumors are an invisible killing weapon." She said it herself. Now that there were rumors about her being Ho Zi's mistress, Yi Qian was almost certain that the mother and daughter were behind it. Sun Yaozu, right? Okay, I'll go back and check. If it's really his family, I'll invite their whole family out for tea and have a good chat. Ho Zi said elegantly. His words were gentle and there was no hint of ruthlessness in them. However, Xia Yiwei, who had not looked at him directly, frowned slightly. She glanced at the man she knew best and asked Yi Qian, "If it's really their family who spread the rumors, how do you plan to deal with it? Are you going to be gentle? Or do you want to be forceful?" Ho Zi's face was gloomy. When he heard this, he suddenly laughed. His gaze on Xia Yiwei was even more scorching than the bright sunlight. 17 years of relationship and understanding. They were so familiar that they could sometimes know each other's intentions with just a look or a movement. Even if they had been separated for hundreds of days, the familiarity that was engraved in their bones was still as close as ever. The reason why Xia Yiwei's words made Ho Zi's gaze burn was because he could tell that she was asking Yi Qian for him. Even Yi Qian could feel his scorching gaze, let alone Xia Yiwei. However, she still calmed down and said without changing her expression, "If you're going to be gentle, tell us first. If you're going to be forceful, just let him handle it. Yiwei, she's about to take the college entrance exam. Whether you're going to be gentle or forceful, let me handle this." Ho Zi smiled. His smile was more radiant than the sun. His facial features were like a painting, and even the sun would be amazed by his beauty. "I'll handle it. Don't worry." Xia Yiwei looked as if she did not notice. She glanced at him and said to Yi Qian, who wanted to walk away slowly, "That's right. You should focus on the exam. You don't have to worry about other things." "Sorry for troubling you, Sister Xia." Ho Zi's eyes gaze. Ho Zi's to be ignored again. Xia Yiwei's eyes. Of Xia Yiwei. Xia Yiwei. Xia Yiwei's Xia. The school won the school even if the schools wouldn't take it. Of course, the school wouldn't the school Xia's schools. Ho Zi calmly interjected, "If the students really do talk about it, I'll ask the person who spread the rumors to apologize in the newspaper, in front of the school, or on TV." No matter what, Ho Zi had to take responsibility for this matter. He told Yi Qian his plan. His forceful way of dealing with things made Yi Qian see it. But his plan really moved Yi Qian. How would old Madame Yi have the face to appear in front of him again? Xia Yiwei was also moved. Moreover, this way of dealing with things was not lacking in gentleness. It was reasonable, and wouldn't cause a big problem. Chapter 1181. The big issue she was thinking of was Ho Zi's violent solution. When Yi Qian saw that her expression had finally softened, he smiled and suggested to Ho Zi, "Zigu, I have a suggestion with a little bit of selfishness." When Ho Zi raised his eyebrows, Yi Qian slowly said, "Sun Yaozu is a little dirty. I used to suspect that he was a fugitive. I investigated him, but there were no results. Now that he's back in Nan Province, he must have heard of your name. With your power and status in Nan Province, it's enough for him to pay you a visit and make friends with you. If you say something harsh about this matter, I'm sure Sun Yaozu will know, and Yi Zhixiang and old Madame Yi will also know. Don't you think this family will be on tenterhooks? Xia Yiwei chuckled, only sharpening the knife without slashing it. Not bad. It's enough to make the whole family on tenterhooks. Ho Zi was a notorious killer in the underworld. 7 years ago, someone purposely hid goods in the kitchen of a bar under his name. When he found out, he immediately said something harsh. In the end, before the police could find anything, the person who deliberately framed him was so scared that he turned himself in. If the person who spread the rumors was really Yi Jifan's mother and sister, they would probably be scared half to death when they found out. Yi Qian said a few more words to Ho Zi, then ran back to the classroom 2 minutes before the bell rang. After her figure disappeared, Ho Zi said with interest, "A girl who knows how to use a gun is indeed impressive. She also has quite a personality. Old Six has good taste. Do you think I should tolerate being bullied?" Xia Yiwei said coldly, then left in her high heels without looking back. Ho Zi didn't care and chased after her with a smile on his face. She still cared about him, which was equivalent to giving him hope. He didn't think that what was originally a bad thing would become a happy thing. A happy thing that let him know that Xia Yiwei still cared about him. To Ho Zi, this was a joyous occasion. To Sun Yaozu, he was happy that he had found a way to get close to Ho Zi. However, after hearing Yi Zhixiang's words, his face turned from joy to anger. You said that Yi Qian is Master Ho San's sugar daddy. Is it you and mother-in-law who spread the news? Sun Yaozu was furious, but he was still unwilling to give up. He asked in a tense voice, "You said it? Or mother-in-law?" Yi Zhixiang, who was wearing a facial mask, didn't see her husband's face move. Sensing that something was wrong with his voice, she removed the mask and frowned. "My mom told me, and I told you. What's with your expression? Let me tell you, if this matter succeeds, Yi Qian will definitely be expelled from the school. When that time comes, it will be a matter of time before we step in and kill her. Since her mother blinded you, I'll make her daughter pay with her life." Sun Yaozu was so angry that his face turned the color of pig liver. He didn't hesitate at all. He didn't give Yi Zhixiang any time to prepare. He raised his hand and the crisp sound of a slap came from the bedroom. "Master Ho San, how dare you spread rumors about Master Ho San?" he roared in anger. Yi Zhixiang, who was stunned by the slap, covered her burning face. After a few seconds, she shouted, "You bastard, how dare you hit me? Who am I doing this for? I'm doing this for you. How dare you hit me?" After being married for so many years, this was the first time Yi Zhixiang was hit by her husband. How could she bear it? She pounced on Sun Yaozu and scratched his face with her sharp fingers. Chapter 1182. Yi Zhixiang didn't understand why she was slapped. She didn't expect Sun Yaozu to hit her either. She screamed in her purple silk pajamas and scratched her husband's face with her sharp fingers. Her fingers were beautiful. In old Madame Ye's words, they were very lucky. She was indeed lucky. She had never suffered since she was born. When she grew up, she had 2 older brothers. She had never done any heavy work since she was young, not even washing or cooking. After she got married, she didn't have any parents-in-law to take care of her. She didn't have any sisters-in-law. All she did was eat, drink, and play with Sun Yaozu. Her life was very carefree. After living a smooth life for more than 30 years, Yi Zhixiang had indeed been living in a honey pot. Even if others had to eat chaff, she still had rice to eat. How could she take a slap from Sun Yaozu when she hadn't even hit old Madame Yi before? Immediately, as if she had poked a hornet's nest, her hands and feet started to hit the short Sun Yaozu. "You heartless person, I did it for you. You hit me. You hit me." Old Madame Yi had chosen Sun Yaozu to be her son-in-law. His ancestors had a small family fortune. Although he was a little ugly, he was smart. He knew how to make money in the 1980s. After that incident, he escaped from Fujian town. With the pension from Yi Qian's mother, he followed old Madame Ye's advice and settled down in a coastal city. It could be said that without old Madame Ye's guidance, he wouldn't be where he was now. With a powerful mother-in-law and his identity as a fugitive, even Sun Yaozu, who was rich, didn't dare to hit or scold Yi Zhixiang. However, things were different now. Sun Yaozu, who was no longer afraid that his identity would be exposed, saw Yi Zhixiang scratch his face and kick him. With a fierce look in his eyes, he grabbed Yi Zhixiang's hand and pushed her to the carpeted floor. He said angrily, "Damn it, I've tolerated you for long enough. If you dare to hit me again, I'll make you pack your things and get out of my house tonight." Sun Yaozu, who had recovered his identity for more than half a year, had hooked up with many young and beautiful women. When he came back and saw Yi Zhixiang, he felt bored. If it wasn't for old Madame Ye's sake, he might have already started raising mistresses outside. After pushing Yi Zhixiang to the ground, Sun Yaozu gave her a look of disgust and turned to walk downstairs. "This is not over yet, damn it," he had to ask old Madame. Before he could walk out of the door, Yi Zhixiang, who had been pushed to the ground, grabbed the European-style vase with fresh flowers on the dressing table and threw it in front of him. "Sun Yaozu, how dare you push me?" The vase hit the back of Sun Yaozu's head. The vase was filled with water, and the water that flowed out was mixed with bright red blood. It instantly dyed the white t-shirt red. Old Madame Yi, who had rushed upstairs upon hearing the commotion, heard her son-in-law's scream, followed by her daughter's scream. Their screams made her heart sink. She held on to the solid wooden handrail and quickly walked up. When she reached the door and saw the scene in front of her, old Madame Yi only felt her vision darken. "You two are husband and wife as one. Which side do you want to kill? Come, tell me about this old thing, and I'll take care of one for you." Normally, when an old lady saw her daughter and son-in-law fighting, her first reaction would be to mediate the fight. She was not like her. Chapter 1183. Sun Yaozu had always respected old Madame Yi because she was different. Hearing his mother-in-law's harsh words, Sun Yaozu quickly let go of Yi Zhixiang's hair. He turned around and pointed the back of his head at her. "Mom, look. Who the fuck is killing who? Look. My fucking head is bleeding because of her. Mom, that bastard Sun Yaozu hit me first. He slapped me as soon as he came back." Yi Zhixiang, with disheveled hair, burst into tears when she saw old Madame Yi. "He slapped me as soon as he came back. Mom, you've never hit me before." How could old Madame Yi not be heartbroken when her daughter was slapped? She quickly looked at her daughter. Other than her swollen face and messy hair, there was no blood. Old Madame Yi calmed down a little and immediately helped her son-in-law. She scolded angrily, "Even if he hit you, can't you talk nicely? You even smashed Yaozu's head. You heartless bastard." She scolded her daughter, but her heart was in turmoil. Sun Yaozu had always listened to the Yi family. He had always tolerated his daughter's temper. Even if his face changed, he would just slam the door and leave. He had never hit his daughter like he did today. He had changed. His son-in-law had changed. He no longer tolerated his daughter like he used to, and he no longer respected himself like he used to. No matter how biased he was toward his daughter, he had to endure the heartache and slowly make plans after the storm calmed down. Old Madame Yi scolded Yi Zhixiang until her face turned pale. She widened her eyes in disbelief and pointed at Sun Yaozu angrily. "Mom, you. I was hit, and you still help him. Shut up." Facing a daughter who did not inherit any of her shrewdness, old Madame Yi sometimes felt exhausted. She was brainless. She did not see the situation clearly and still dared to go against Sun Yaozu, who had changed. Did she think things would be the same as they were in the coastal area? After scolding her daughter, old Madame Yi, who was worried, said to her son-in-law, "It must be painful. Yaozu, ask the driver to take you to the hospital." "I'm fine here. Mom, I want to ask you something in the living room." Compared to offending Master Ho-san, the injury on his head was nothing. Sun Yaozu grabbed a small medicine box and went downstairs to the living room. What was the big deal about bleeding? He was afraid that he would lose his life. Old Madame Yi, who had intentionally gone downstairs one step later, warned her daughter resentfully, "You're such a troublemaker. Since he dared to hit you today, it means that he doesn't need to rely on our Yi family in the future. Why didn't you think it through? You still have the face to shout at me. Quickly wash his face and come out to treat his wounds." Compared to old Madame Ye's shrewdness, Yi Zhixiang was considered stupid. But she had one good point: she always listened to old Madame Ye's orders. After she tidied up and went downstairs, she saw old Madame Yi say with a panicked expression, Then how can this be? We've already asked the hotel staff. Master Ho-sen really treats Yi Qian differently. How can he not be a mistress? She wasn't his mistress, and he even said that he was going to deal with those who dared to gossip. Old Madame Yi thought that she had calculated everything correctly from the first step, but now she was also panicking. Master Ho-san was a man of his word. Since he had said so, he would do it. It's not up to you to decide whether or not we're his mistress. This matter will not end here. Mom, you see what you can do about it. Even Sun Yaozu, who had a successful career now, could not do anything about offending Ho Zi. He was not clean and had some power. But compared to Ho Zi, he was like an egg. Chapter 1184. Of course, old Madame Yi knew how powerful Ho Zi was. That was why she dared to talk about it outside. If she hadn't repeatedly confirmed that the wretched girl had been in the Caesar Hotel and driven Master Ho Zi's car, how could she have said that Master Ho Zi had kept a high school student as a mistress? Yes, old Madame Yi said that Master Ho Zi had kept a high school student as a mistress, not that Master Ho Zi was keeping a high school student as a mistress. It was a past tense. Even if it was mentioned again, Master Ho Zi would just laugh it off. What was so surprising about a man, especially a man like him, playing with a few high school students? It shouldn't be like this. Old Madame Yi still couldn't believe it. She murmured in a low voice, "I've investigated it very clearly. That wretched girl hasn't contacted Master Ho Zi for a long time. How could he stand up for her now?" Miscalculation. It seemed that this was a miscalculation. She thought that the wretched girl had no contact with Master Ho Zi. How could she have known that it would cause such a trouble? She had to find a way to solve it. Old Madame Ye's flustered heart gradually calmed down and quickly thought about how to smooth things over. But how to smooth things over and get her and her daughter out of it? Old Madame Yi narrowed her eyes. There was a way, but... She glanced at Sun Yaozu, whose face was twitching because of the iodine, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. She said in a low voice, "I didn't mean to say that. If there's anything, I'll tell Master Ho Zi personally. Yaozu, don't worry too much. Master Ho Zi is a man who can do big things. He won't keep holding on to these small things." Sun Yaozu was ambitious now. Well, there was such a thing to let him see. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with your identity. She hadn't even hit her daughter before, but she was slapped by him. She really couldn't take it lying down. She wasn't in a hurry. There was a way. No matter how ruthless Master Ho Zi was, would he hit an old woman like her? After more than 60 years of ups and downs, old Madame Yi could calm down quickly no matter how flustered she was. She could also think of ways to seek benefits for herself in emergencies. For example, now she thought that she might as well push Sun Yaozu away and use Ho Zi to take him down. Otherwise, he would really think that he was a man who dared to hit his wife at home. Sun Yaozu didn't know what old Madame Yi. Sun Yaozu was even more annoyed. Which memorial tablet did he think he was on? The gloomy Sun Yaozu said irritably, "Mom, it wasn't easy for me to come back to the southern province. I wanted to do something big in the southern province. In the end, not only did you not help me, you even dragged me down. Now that third Master Ho has spoken, what do you think I should do? Yaozu, what do you think we should do? He, too. He'll know. If he can't find out, he won't be Master Ho Zi. Mom, can't you discuss with me before you do anything? Now that something has happened, I'm the unlucky one. Old Madam Yi could calm down, but Sun Yaozu couldn't. Chapter 1185. Thinking of this, Sun Yaozu became even more restless. He asked worriedly, "You're not hiding anything from me, right? Your brother and I just want Yi Qian to be expelled before the college entrance exam so that she can't take it." Old Madam Yi could hear her son-in-law's suspicion. She sighed and explained, "Once Yi Qian becomes successful, Yaozu, our family's good days will come to an end." She warned Sun Yaozu while reminding him, "There's no turning back. What's done is done. Now, we have to think of a way to stop Master Ho-san from hurting his relationship over such a small matter. As for Yi Qian, we have to let the school know that she's a kept woman. We've already come this far. Our whole family is in a state of panic. How can we let her take the college entrance examination in peace? I'll go to the school and make a fuss. After that wretched girl drops out, our family will apologize to Master Ho-san." Old Madam Yi, who knew Sun Yaozu well, observed him as she spoke. When she saw his face darken, her cloudy eyes flashed with shrewdness. "Mom, I'm not sure if this matter can be covered up. But you're right. If Yi Qian becomes successful, our family will be the first to suffer. Maybe he would be the first unlucky one." Sun Yaozu, who also had his own thoughts, narrowed his eyes and said slowly and fiercely, "We have to find out if she has anything to do with Master Ho-san. If she doesn't, nowadays, it's not a big news for people to be killed by cars on the road." Old Madam Ye's eyes lit up. "That's why it's said that men are the ones who can do big things. That's because men have the courage to do big things. If you want to do something, you have to be ruthless." Before she could finish rejoicing, she heard Sun Yaozu say, "Master Ho-san is worried." No one dares to question his words. He just said it casually. "Mom, you have to deal with Yi Qian's matter. You have to be careful with Master Ho-san." Yi Zhixiang, who had been listening for a long time, still didn't understand what Master Ho-san said. When she saw old Madam Ye's expression, she couldn't help but feel afraid. He walked over in a panic and asked in a trembling voice, "What did Master Ho-san say?" Before she could get close, old Madam Yi glanced at her and signaled her to treat the wound on the back of Sun Yaozu's head. It was Sun Yaozu's subordinate who treated his wound. Yi Zhixiang glanced at him and thought it was nothing serious. She ignored old Madam Ye's signal and sat down. She asked in a tense voice, "Mom, what did Master Ho-san say? Why are you so scared? What harsh words? I'm afraid that if I tell you, you'll be so scared that you'll pee your pants." Sun Yaozu said angrily and then said to old Madam Yi, "Mom, this matter is no longer your problem. If Third Master Ho wants to find someone, he will only find me." The wound on the back of his head was only scratched, so he could wipe it with iodine and spray some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic powder. As the subordinate who was treating his wound put away the medicine box, Sun Yaozu stood up and frowned. He suppressed his anger and said, "I will go out and ask around to see how to solve this. And Mom, you have to talk to your daughter. If she continues like this, I won't be able to take care of her anymore." Yi Zhixiang's face changed when he said that. Old Madam Yi quickly pressed her daughter's hand and said to Sun Yaozu, "Go do your thing. I will talk to her." Chapter 1186. Sun Yaozu left with his two subordinates despite the injury on his head. Watching him walk out of the door, the panic on old Madam Ye's face disappeared. She looked at her daughter, who was trembling with anger, and said, "Do you see the biggest difference between a man and a woman? Women can share joys and sorrows with men, but men can share sorrows with women, but they can't share joys. Zhixiang, you should leave a way out for yourself. Sun Yaozu is not the Sun Yaozu of the past. His identity as a fugitive has suppressed him for more than 10 years. Now that he's free, he doesn't have any scruples. Your relationship with him as husband and wife is almost over. Live your life well and don't think about getting anything from him. Raise Lei and Qingxing well. In the future, you can rely on your son to live." Her words made Yi Zhixiang's body feel cold. After a long time, she said in a low voice, "Let's wait and see." We can't let others take advantage of us. Old Madame Yi nodded coldly. She didn't expect her daughter to accept it immediately, but the fact that she could say these words made her feel a little relieved. At least she would listen and not be stubborn. Her gaze fell on the door of the villa again. Old Madame Ye's hands couldn't help but tighten. Offending Third Master Ho was not her wish. In the underworld, there was a saying, it's better to provoke the police than to provoke Ho Zi. In the end, she and her daughter had provoked him. Sure enough, the wretched girl was the same as her mother. They were both here to jinx her. Old Madame Ye's heart was not as calm as her face. She, who had lived a good life for more than 10 years, was afraid that Ho Zi's people would suddenly appear from somewhere and directly take her and her daughter's life. After a night of fear, old Madame Yi decided to go to the province's first high school early in the morning. You're going alone? No, I'll go with you. Yi Zhixiang was still considered filial. She clenched her teeth and said, bring a few more people with you. If the wretched girl dares to be disrespectful to us, we'll deal with her directly. Looking at her daughter, who was obviously not going to succeed, old Madame Ye's heart ached indescribably. If her daughter was even a little bit as smart as her, why would she go back to Yi Zhifan? Why should he suffer the supercilious look of his adopted son? After all, Zhixiang was her own flesh and blood. After a soft sigh, old Madame Yi raised her orange peel-like hand and touched her daughter's face, which was still red and swollen from the night before. Zhixiang, I'm old and can't protect you for the rest of your life. You have to learn to be patient and calculating. Don't act like a child and think that you're the most important person in the world. Lele, Qingqing, didn't you say that the school's food is bad? Why don't you rent a house next to their school and take care of the two brothers in Hongkou City? You can come back after mother and son Yaozu deal with Third Master Ho's matter. Yi Zhixiang's eyelids twitched when she heard that. Mom, don't worry about me. I know I'm not as good as you, but I know I have to plan for myself. Sun Yaozu is unreliable. Do you really think I'm stupid enough not to know? It's good that you know. I'm going to school. You go and do something. Picking up a piece of paper from the dining table, old Madame Yi handed it over. Print out the words on this paper and make 100 copies. What kind of document needs 100 copies? Yi Zhixiang took the paper and looked at it. She suddenly giggled. Mom, you're still the best. This way, the wretched girl's reputation in school, no, with her reputation in the entire Nan province, will be ruined. Chapter 1187. After finishing her porridge, old Madame Yi said calmly, if she comes out to see me later and listens to my arrangements, then everything will be fine. If she doesn't, then it won't be too late for us to make our move. 100 copies. We'll need some people to post them on the front and back doors of the school. We'll let all the teachers and students know that Yi Qian, the good student in their eyes, is actually a mistress. Yi Zhixiang seemed to have foreseen Yi Qian's fate. She said excitedly, when that happens, will that wretched girl still want to take the college entrance exam? She'll never have the chance to take the exam. Destroying Yi Qian's reputation became old Madame Ye's #1 priority. She thought that she could control Yi Qian, but she didn't know that what awaited her was not a happy ending, but a nightmare. It was June in southern province. It was only 9 in the morning, and the sun was shining brightly on one's skin. The fans in the classrooms of the provincial first high school had never stopped. The swaying of the fans brought a hot wind to the third-year students who were studying nervously in the classroom. As the entire third-year students entered the final sprint, the atmosphere in the entire school seemed to have become particularly serious. The students of the first and second-year classes could not help but restrain themselves a lot after class. Teacher Tong walked out of the office with a cold face and hurried to the school gate. Teacher Tong. Teacher Tong. The class had just ended. Some students greeted her politely, and Teacher Tong nodded slightly. Her expression was so serious that it was as if she was marking a test paper with a 0 score, making the students' hearts skip a beat. When she saw the figure standing at the school gate, Teacher Tong took a deep breath, suppressed the burning desire in her heart, and walked out of the school gate. Teacher Tong, I'm sorry to disturb you again. Old Madame Ye's gaze fell behind Teacher Tong. When she found that Yi Qian did not follow her out, the smile on her face became colder. Why didn't my granddaughter come out with you? As a teacher, her professional ethics reminded Teacher Tong not to say vulgar words. She replied with a faint smile, your granddaughter is in the provincial second high school. This is the provincial first high school. You came to the wrong school. It's true that I have a granddaughter in the provincial second high school, but Yi Qian's granddaughter is in your class, Teacher Tong. Why? Is Teacher Tong's memory so bad that she doesn't even know which students' parents are? Old Madame Ye's sarcasm did not diminish the smile on Teacher Tong's face. If you don't have anything else, then I'll go back to the classroom. The students are about to take the college entrance examination. Their families don't dare to come to school casually, for fear of ruining their children's future. I'm not afraid that you'll get angry if I tell you this, but I really can't believe that you're Yi Qian's grandmother. Teacher Tong, please go back and tell Yi Qian that if he doesn't come out to see me, something big will happen at school tomorrow. Old Madame Yi had completely given up on threatening Yi Qian. Her face turned cold as she said in a ruthless voice, don't blame me for being rude when the time comes. Teacher Tong didn't even look back. She didn't even pause her footsteps. She only left her back to old Madame Yi, who had a gloomy expression on her face. The moment old Madame Yi left the provincial first high school with a gloomy face, Ho Zi already knew about it. When he received the news, he smiled coldly and ordered, go and buy 10 black cats with pure colors. Let them accompany the old lady who still likes to play young people's games. Since he knew who started the rumor, he naturally knew what this family's concerns were. Since Xia Laoyo's girlfriend said to let them be afraid, then let them be afraid for a while longer. Chapter 1188. Ho Zi picked up his phone and called Xia Yiwei. He had to tell her to tell Yi Qian not to cause a ruckus outside. Hearing Xia Yiwei's cold voice, Ho Zi thought to himself, it seems that I can't deal with the Yi family in one go. If I do, I won't have enough reason to call Xia Yiwei. But in a flash, Ho Zi decided to wear the Yi family down. At least until old Six's girlfriend finished her college entrance exam. Because of Ho Zi's decision, the darkest days of the Yi family began. Old Madame Yi was most afraid of black cats. She was so afraid that she would scream at the sight of them. When 10 black cats suddenly appeared outside the window in the middle of the night, their eyes flashing with green light, old Madame Ye's hoarse scream echoed throughout the villa. Someone, come. She shouted loudly, and the few black cats were so scared that they meowed and fled out of the window. Old Madame Yi was so scared that her eyes rolled up and she fainted on the bed. Yi Zhixiang was so scared that she quickly called an ambulance to send her to the hospital. After such a thing happened, old Madame Yi was not in the mood to cause a ruckus at school. After a day of observation in the hospital, old Madame Yi was still in a daze that night. She was frightened by Yi Zhixiang's scream and had a heart attack. Old Madame Yi supported her daughter who was screaming in fear. She looked at the snake that was caught by the servant and shuddered. You scared me to death. Mom, you scared me to death. You suddenly fell from the sky. I almost got bitten. Yi Zhixiang was so scared that her face was pale. She couldn't even speak properly. Her legs were still trembling. While she was showering, a colorful snake coiled around the shower head. Yi Zhixiang didn't notice it and turned on the hot water. The snake coiled around the copper shower head fell down with a pop. Yi Zhixiang screamed on the spot. Two strange things happened yesterday and tonight. Old Madame Yi knew that Ho Zi had made a move. He did not send anyone to teach her and her daughter a lesson, but he knew what their weakness was. She was afraid of cats, her daughter was afraid of snakes, and her son-in-law was afraid of the police. At this time, Sun Yaozu had not returned since the night before. Old Madame Yi, who did not dare to live in the villa anymore, dialed Yi Zhifan's number with trembling fingers. Yi Zhifan still didn't know what had happened. When he heard that she was going to stay over tonight, he didn't hesitate for a second and directly refused. Mom, you know how much Sun Dongqing dislikes you. If you really live over, there won't be a day of peace at home. Moreover, Ying is about to take the college entrance examination and is living at home. I need to think for her. Ying, who was also taking the college entrance examination this year, became the family's most protected target. Every morning, Yi Jifan would drive her to school, and in the afternoon, Sun Dongqing would bring her back home with boiled soup and fruits. Old Madame Yi felt a little better after hearing such a reason for rejection. Relying on Yi Jifan was also old Madame Ye's wishful thinking. She had been waiting for good news, but as the college entrance examination approached, there was still no progress. The matter had not been resolved, but she wanted to live in his house. How was that possible? However, the situation was a little strange. Why did she call him and say that she wanted to stay at his house in the middle of the night? Did something happen on the other side? She didn't ask Yi Qian to drop out of school, but she called him in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Yi Jifan's expression changed. Could it be that what he guessed before was true? Aunt's family came to find Yi Qian? Chapter 1189. He couldn't be blamed for making wild guesses. Yi Qian's rise was too mysterious. After investigating for 4 years, he couldn't find anything else other than the fact that Chen Dongfeng from Fujian Town High School had been taking care of Yi Qian. Soon, Yi Jifan knew he guessed wrong. After hearing the whole story from the Yi family's housekeeper, Yi Jifan, who was in a daze for a long time, wished he hadn't guessed wrong. He'd rather guess that his aunt's family came looking for Yi Qian and mistook her for his aunt's granddaughter. We're in big trouble, he muttered softly. His brows furrowed deeply. He didn't think that the usually shrewd old Madame Yi would dare to spread rumors about Ho Zi, who even the provincial government wouldn't dare to provoke. Ho Zi was keeping Yi Qian as a mistress. How could she dare to think and say that? Fortunately, he didn't know about this. Since Ho Zi made a move, she must have found out that he wasn't involved in this from the beginning to the end. Yi Jifan realized that it was impossible to prevent Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam. Sun Yaozu also thought about it. After hearing about what happened from his subordinates in the villa, he decided to stay in a hotel and didn't plan to go home for a while. Old Madame Yi and Yi Zhixiang suffered when he didn't go home. With a knife on their necks, they worried about him every night. In less than 3 days, the mother and daughter lost a lot of weight. Old Madame Yi used to be in good spirits, but after 3 days, she finally looked like she was in her 60s instead of her 50s. The soft knife that Ho Zi set up was very bright and sharp, but it just didn't fall down for a while. The old Madame Yi finally went directly to the hospital under great mental pressure. Sun Yaozu, who didn't come back, called back a few thugs from the coastal area to guard the hospital, which made Madame Yi feel more at ease. There were still 4 days until the college entrance exam. Yi Qian took the file from Ho Zi. She didn't know what was going on and took out a piece of A4 paper. When she saw the words, Provincial First High School Grade 12 Class 1 Yi Qian kept by a mysterious rich businessman, printed on it, she couldn't help but clear her throat. Brother Z, you can just get rid of it. You really don't have to send it over for me to take a look, she said unnaturally. It was really embarrassing. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would be rumored to be a mistress by the famous third master Ho. Ho Zi smiled faintly and said, I also investigated the Yi family and found a few interesting things. I'll tell you about it after your college entrance examination. As soon as she finished speaking, she received a glare from Xia Yiwei. She immediately added, if I say it now, I'm afraid it will affect your exam. Don't stand here if you don't know how to talk. Xia Yiwei's expression darkened. She turned to comfort Yi Qian. Compared to your college entrance exam, these trivial matters are nothing. It's just a bunch of trivial matters. Sixth brother asked me to come over and tell you to take the college entrance exam well. He will try to make a trip back during your college entrance exam. Nowadays, the school didn't allow grade 12 students to casually answer phone calls. If the parents had any issues, they could contact the teachers first, and the teachers would then pass the message to the students. Even Xia Jinyuan couldn't contact Yi Qian. When she heard that old Madame Yi was in the hospital, Yi Qian, who was in a good mood, pursed her lips and smiled. The Yi family's matters are indeed a little complicated. Thank you for helping me hold them back, Brother Z. Without Ho Zi's help, old Madam Yi would come to the school again and again to cause trouble. Although she didn't want to, it would affect the school more or less. She didn't want to affect the school before graduation. Chapter 1190. In fact, Yi Qian didn't expect Ho Zi to keep the Yi family hanging and even scare old Madam Yi to the point of being hospitalized. He didn't expect this at first, but when he saw Ho Zi chasing after Xia Yiwei, he vaguely understood why he made the Yi family worry for so long. It was all to get close to the woman he loved. Yi Qian couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the two figures walk away under the bright sun. That year, Ho Zi blew up his gun collection in Mount Dalong for Xia Yiwei. From this, it could be seen how deep his feelings for Xia Yiwei were. How could Ho Zi accept to give up and watch his beloved woman marry another man? The two of them were so compatible from the back. Coupled with Ho Zi's perseverance, their 17 years of relationship wouldn't end just like that. One day, they would have a happy ending. There were still 4 days until the college entrance exam. The entire third year of high school gradually calmed down from crazily revising, crazily doing questions, and crazily sprinting. The last 4 days were no longer sprinting for the college entrance exam. The teachers wouldn't always remind the students how long it was until the college entrance exam. In the last 4 days, the students gradually relaxed and sprinted towards the college entrance exam in their best condition. In 1999, the college entrance exam was first filled in before taking the exam. Some students even talked about their future college life. Their words were full of yearning. Those who wanted to go to college were already preparing for the upcoming college entrance exam. When they chatted, the most common words they heard were, "What will happen when I go to college?" And those who didn't want to go to college finally didn't have to worry about affecting those who wanted to go to college. When they heard similar words, they laughed and said, okay, I'll play with you when the time comes." The third year's Class 1 students had the worst grades. They had no problem getting into a second-tier university. Therefore, the topic they talked about the most was, "Your school is too far from mine. It's too long to take the train. My dad did some research. Your school's management major is quite good. I'm a little regretful that I didn't apply to your school. Don't mention it. I regret it too. If the admission cutoff score this year is too high, I'm worried that I won't be able to get in. It'll be so embarrassing if I have to restudy. What did Yi Qian apply to? How come I don't know? She gave up on Tsinghua University and West University. What school did she apply to? I don't know. I didn't hear it from her. And Jiesin and the others don't know either." Every time they chatted, the topic would always unknowingly turn to Yi Qian. Although some students also kept the school they applied to a secret, Yi Qian was always the center of attention, so he always attracted a lot of attention. Not only were the students in the same class discussing in low voices, but the students from other classes were also discussing in low voices. However, no one knew which school Yi Qian had applied to. In the past, she would feel a little jealous when she mentioned it. However, with the college entrance examination in 4 days, she couldn't help but feel a little melancholy when she talked about it again. At the same time as the college entrance examination, the time that you, I, and he spent together also entered the countdown. This also meant that their high school lives were coming to an end. After going their separate ways, they might not have the chance to meet again in the future. The feeling of jealousy lessened, and the reluctance to part increased. Yi Qian had always known that her classmates were secretly discussing which school she had applied to. Originally, she wanted to tell her classmates, but after Teacher Tong talked to her, she found out that there were only 4 students in the entire Nan province who had applied to the National University of Science and Technology. She was the only girl who had applied to the National University of Science and Technology. She was also the only student in the province who had applied to the National University of Science and Technology. Chapter 1191. As the Hua University and West University of the military schools, the National University of Science and Technology only accepted a small number of students each year. The admission score for the engineering and technology courses was sometimes higher than the admission score for Hua University and West University. Yi Qian, who had always had good grades, listened to Xia Jinyuan's advice and chose the lower admission score for the command course. Even she had to fill in her application and major conservatively. It was obvious how difficult it was to get into the National University of Science and Technology in the 1990s. After Teacher Tong's reminder, Yi Qian remained silent on his application for the college entrance exam. Fortunately, the students did not pester him, which made Yi Qian feel a little relieved. On the third day of the college entrance exam, the sixth floor of Class 5 seemed to have been triggered. Pieces of paper floated up from the sixth floor like snowflakes, followed by the students of the 4 classes on the sixth floor. The candidates of the 3 classes downstairs were dumbfounded. Damn, are they tearing the books? No way, there are still 3 days left. Don't they plan to revise anymore? The students of grade 12 class 1 looked up from the sea of test papers and stacks of revision materials. They were a little confused. Tearing the books. Did the 4 classes upstairs have to be so arrogant? They seemed to be enjoying themselves. What should I do? My hands are itching too. And Jessen rubbed her hands and muttered to Yi Qian, why don't we go to the rooftop later and tear a few books? I want to tear those evil English books. Yi Qian looked at the empty desk in front of him and smiled, you can try. I can't do it. As he spoke, Teacher Tong came over with dozens of woven bags. The class representative, Lu Xian, followed closely behind with dozens of woven bags in each hand. Teacher Tong, who was standing by the podium, still had a gentle smile on her face. She said to the students who didn't quite understand why LV Xian came in with a woven bag, every year, the revision materials, class notes, and test papers of our grade 12 class 1 students will become the hottest materials in the next grade 12 class 3. As for me, in order to prevent you from tearing up your books like the 4 classes upstairs, I've prepared in advance to collect and bind your books. Students in the first row of each group, go to Lu Xian to get a woven bag and put away the revision materials that you no longer need. The classroom was suddenly filled with wails. They had been fighting with Teacher Tong for 2 years, but they still lost. Teacher Tong, we also want to tear the books. I heard that this will reduce stress. We need to reduce the pressure, Teacher Tong. After wailing, all of them began to talk about it with smiles on their faces. The college entrance examination was coming, and they were about to part ways. Laughter could dilute the sadness of parting. After sending off the graduates one after another, Teacher Tong looked at the youthful faces filled with the temperament of the rising sun, and the gentle smile on her face deepened. Take out your test papers with the highest and lowest scores and tear them apart on the last day of your high school career. Just as he finished speaking, the students laughed again. What about Yi Qian? She doesn't have a highest or lowest score. Even her average score is the same. In her second year of high school, Yi Qian's grades had always been strangely stable. No matter how difficult or easy the test papers were, she could always maintain the same score. It was as if she had calculated it beforehand. Yi Qian smiled and said, I also have a test paper with high and low marks, but I don't have the chance to tear it up. She spread her hands in front of her desk. Only then did the entire class realize that her desk was the cleanest and tidiest desk in the entire class. How could it not be clean and tidy without a single book? Her homework, revision materials, and test papers had already been taken away by the teachers in advance to prevent her from learning from the other students and tearing the books. Chapter 1192. The difference, the treatment, it should be taken away in advance for the next batch of third-year students to worship and look up to. No way, not a single set of test papers is left. I wanted to snatch one for my sister. The teacher is too cruel, not leaving a single set for us students. Amidst the laughter, the monotonous high school life began to come to an end. Time passed by unconsciously. Looking back, it was already time to say goodbye. Where is my message book? Anyone who didn't leave behind a calligraphy piece, remember to leave it. There are only 3 days left, don't let me have any regrets. Yang Su, what's your contact information? Why didn't you fill it out? How am I going to find you in the future? In 1999, the most popular forms of communication were home phone, MSN, and QICQ, which had just emerged. Yi Jian was an exception. She did not have any of the three forms of communication. And Jessen was angry. Damn, do I have to put up a missing person notice if I want to find you in the future? After her anger subsided, she left with Yi Qian through the back door at noon. She entered the internet cafe with the speed of a turtle and applied for a QQ number for Yi Qian. What's your name? Invincible in the province's #1 middle school? What about email? There has to be one. I also have to choose a self-portrait. How about a blonde girl? Opening the 1999 QICQ application, Yi Qian filled it out slowly. Although QICQ was not as popular as MSN, it was very popular in the student group. In 2000, QICQ became the main contact information for students. It could be said that every student had one. When Yi Qian wrote his name in the name column and Jessen was puzzled, green helmet? What kind of name is that? Shouldn't it be more domineering? Also, helmet is a hat, right? Can I understand it as a green hat? Cuckolded. Facing a good friend who could twist a very normal name into a different meaning, Yi Qian, who was already used to it, calmly said, green represents hope, and the helmet represents protection. You can use normal thinking to understand it as protect the green hope. Don't you think it's more domineering? And Jessen silently bit her fingernails and said with some internal injuries, you are indeed much more domineering. It turned out that being a cuckold could be understood in this way. The ability of good students to understand things was much higher than theirs. Yi Qian didn't bother registering her cell phone or pager number. She didn't have a cell phone or pager number. It didn't take long for Yi Qian to have a 6-digit QQ account, while Jessen became her first QQ friend. Seeing her online name, Yi Qian couldn't help but rub his forehead. Please call me Empress. You're really domineering. You must have watched too many kung fu movies. A Qing dynasty drama was popular all over the country. Even she, who never watched TV, would occasionally watch it when she had a headache. The actors were very familiar. One of the maids and two of the girls later became big stars. However, at that time, they were already past their prime. I like how domineering the Empress is. And Jessen said as she took out a graduation message book from her bag. Come on, let's add a few students' QICQ numbers. Later, we'll go to the stationery store to buy a graduation souvenir book. Everyone in the class has one, but I don't see you getting one. Classmate Jane Eyre, sometimes you have to go with the flow. In her previous life, Yi Qian had developed a cold and quiet personality. She had never participated in any group activities. Chapter 1193. There weren't as many class activities as there were in high school when she was studying in town. Plus, her classmates had developed a habit of not asking her to come along, so it was normal that Yi Qian didn't participate in class activities. And Yi Qian had been away from class for too long, so she didn't realize that there was anything wrong. If it weren't for Jessen's reminder in high school, she would have remained like she was in middle school, acting alone and avoiding class activities. And Jessen had helped Yi Qian a lot in her second year of high school. She had helped her integrate into high school life faster and integrate into the group. She was no longer walking alone and studying alone. Let's buy a thicker one. I'm afraid there will be other classmates. With Jessen's help, Yi Qian, who had a cold personality, became much more tactful when it came to interpersonal relationships. Plus, she had a man who had held her hand as she grew up helping her. In her second year of high school, Yi Qian realized that she had changed a lot. At the very least, she could communicate with her classmates normally and wouldn't subconsciously keep a distance. No matter how thick it is, it can't be that thick. Prepare two. One for class and one for other classes. And Jessen made the decision. Yi Qian didn't have any objections. In fact, Yi Jian had never thought of preparing a graduation note. She had been reborn and had lived two lives. No matter how much she integrated into the student life, she was still young and had not experienced many things. She was different from a student who had not experienced many things. But Jessen was right. Sometimes, she needed to go with the flow. Everyone in class had a message book, so how could she be an exception? Some of her classmates had started preparing one a month ago. She was the latest. Thanks to Jessen's suggestion to buy 2 guidebooks, Yi Jian handed her guidebook to Lvxin after returning to school that day. In less than an afternoon, the entire guidebook was filled with the words of every student in the class. Wow, Yi Qian applied for QICQ today. Quickly write it down. Maybe we'll have to ask her for help when we're in college. How many? How many? I'll write them down. Finally, I have a way to contact her. She didn't leave it. I didn't dare to ask. As for the other message booklet, after Zhang Bin, conveniently, took it away, the message booklet began to circulate among the various liners. When it returned to Yi Qian, the entire message booklet was filled from the first page to the last. He's very popular. Should we add all the students who left QICQ? And Jessen clicked her tongue in amazement as she flipped through the comments. I dare say that all the top 100 seniors have left comments. Yi Qian, who was earnestly writing his blessings in a message book, didn't even raise his head as he smiled faintly. I'll go to an internet cafe and add them one by one after the holidays. We can still keep in touch in the future. Yi Qian, are you done yet? Let's take a photo together. A boy stood at the door of the classroom and said with a young and inexperienced voice, several classes of students are waiting for you on the lawn. They are all waiting for you to come down. Every year, the provincial first high school would give the examinees a day and a half off. One day was for the students to rest and prepare for the exam, and the other half was for the students to take group photos in school. Taking group photos was very important. It was so important that half a day wasn't enough. After taking group photos with the entire class, it was time for the students to take group photos with each other. After the 3rd year of high school, some students might not see each other for the rest of their lives. The only way to preserve this moment was to take group photos. Chapter 1194. Yi Qian, over here, over here. And Jessen, who was standing beside Zhang Bin, jumped up and down like a rabbit as she waved at Yi Qian. They've been waiting so long for you that they've turned into a giraffe. After she finished speaking, the tall Zhang Bin smiled at his classmates and said, hurry up and decide if you want to take a photo with Yi Qian alone. Otherwise, you'll be asked to leave by the other students. Yes, 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 you must. In the future, when Yi Qian becomes famous, I can even show off my photos to my wife and brag about it. You're thinking so far ahead. You don't even have a girlfriend and you're already thinking about your wife. Coming. Hurry up and see if my hair is messed up. Yes, ma'am. If it's not messed up, I don't see you looking any more handsome. I'm so nervous. To be able to take a photo with the top student in the province. My palms are sweating. Hearing the soft voices of the boys, the popular Yi Qian walked over with a smile. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. With the sound of the camera clicking, the young and carefree smiles froze, becoming the most beautiful memories in the years to come. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when the golden sun was setting, the laughter gradually turned into sobbing. The non-resident students began to carry their empty backpacks home. The students who were not assigned to the exam also packed their luggage and checked into the hotel closest to the exam venue. The figures of the parents also appeared on the campus. It was as if they had just started school and hurried to and fro with their luggage. The same figures, the same pace, but the direction they were walking in was like a farewell. Yi Qian, who was holding a camera in his hand, stood in the shade of a tree. His gaze swept across the familiar campus bit by bit, and he unconsciously let out a long sigh. The 2nd year of high school was over. Finished taking a photo with the principal? And Jessen, who had found her way over, interrupted Yi Qian's thoughts. Her voice was not as crisp as it had been in the photo, and it was a little heavy. It feels like the school has suddenly become much quieter. Indeed, it was quiet. Even the faint sunset had lost its last rays, leaving behind a smoky white color that enveloped the entire campus. The usual hustle and bustle had disappeared. The laughter and the sound of reading had also disappeared. It seemed that even the chirping of cicadas had become much softer, leaving only a few weak and feeble chirping. Yi Qian put his arm around her shoulder and said with a smile, "When there's a reunion, there's a parting. Let's look forward to our next reunion." Parting had always been a sad topic. Yi Qian smiled and changed the topic. "Have you packed your things? Can you move in now?" "It's all packed. The entire dormitory is empty." It was rare for Jessen to be sad, and it seemed like she wouldn't be able to get over it for a while. She and Yi Qian were both taking their exams at school. She had originally planned to stay in the dormitory and wait for her parents to come over after the exams, but Yi Qian suggested that they might as well move out of school and stay with her for a few days. The college entrance exam was on schedule. There were police officers guarding the front and back gates to clear the way for the students. On such a hot day, parents held umbrellas and chatted with smiles on their faces at the school gates, but in reality, they were even more nervous than the examinees. The buses stopped on both sides of the school road. The traffic police led the way and escorted every student into the school. The teachers who followed the buses checked on the buses again. They only left after making sure that all the students had alighted. The students from other schools who came to take the exam yesterday had already familiarized themselves with the examination halls and knew where they were. After entering the school, they went straight to the corresponding examination halls. Yi Ying, who was wearing the uniform of No. 2 high school, raised her head as she stood at the entrance of the school. After nearly 2 years, she was once again standing at the entrance of the school. In the next few days, she would definitely make the school regret ever trying to dissuade her. Chapter 1195. Yi Ying, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. A classmate urged her. Yi Ying pursed her lips, her eyes cold. She raised her head, chin slightly, and walked proudly through the provincial first high school's campus amidst the noise. Yi Qian was reminding Jessen, keep your admission ticket safe and don't lose it. Don't panic during the exam, just act like you normally do. Also, don't look around while taking the exam. I know. I'm on the first floor, you're on the fourth. Hurry. It was the first time Jessen learned that Yi Qian had the potential to be a chatterbox. She laughed and said, "You're even more worried than my mom." Hurry, damn, why is she here too? Jessen almost bit her tongue as she hurriedly corrected herself. She widened her eyes and looked as if she had seen a ghost. Which exam hall is she in? God bless her, please don't be in the same exam hall as me. Yi Qian glanced at Yi Ying indifferently and chuckled. So what if she's in the same exam hall as you? You take your exam, and she'll take hers. Also, please don't be in the same exam hall as you. If she really is in the same exam hall as you, you must pretend that you didn't see her. Don't be distracted by small movements during the exam, and don't look up, okay? Also, if you find an unknown note, report it to the invigilator immediately. Don't do anything like bending over. Yi Qian was nagging, and now it was Jessen who was nagging. Villains were the hardest to guard against, especially villains like Yi Ying. Jessen had classified her as a dangerous person who needed to be quarantined for life. Yi Ying also saw Yi Jian. Her eyes suddenly darkened, and she secretly clenched her teeth. Then, with a bright and beautiful smile on her face, she walked over with an arrogant classmate, chatting and laughing with them. Her expression told Yi Qian that even if she left the provincial first high school, she would still be a celebrity in class. Look at her smug face. Bah. Jessen rolled her eyes. What's so great about a villain getting her way? Yi Qian smiled and said a few more words to her before heading to the exam hall on the 4th floor. When he reached the 3rd floor, Yi Qian saw the arrogant Yi Ying standing at the entrance of the staircase, looking down at him. He hadn't seen her for almost 2 years, and she looked more and more like the Yi Ying from his previous life. Yi Qian's eyes darkened, and his expression turned cold as he walked past her. You want to be arrogant? Let her be arrogant towards the heir. You're really shameless to be kept by a mafia boss. Being ignored, Yi Ying's expression twisted fiercely. She turned to face Yi Qian, who brushed past her, and said through gritted teeth, I want to see how good you are and what kind of score you can get. Yi Qian had no interest in stopping to talk to her. He kept walking up to the 4th floor. There were many students walking in and out of the corridor. Yi Ying wanted to restrain herself even if she wanted to vent. She chased up to the 4th floor and saw Yi Qian enter the same exam room as her. Yi Ying, who had a gloomy expression, suddenly smiled. She had wanted to find out which exam room the wretched girl would be in, and then ask her acquaintances in the education bureau to see if they could arrange for her to be surrounded by poor students. In the end, she gave up because she was worried about the mafia boss who kept the wretched girl. She didn't think that the heavens would help her and arrange for the wretched girl to be in the same exam room as her. Yi Ying's eyes flashed with calculation. Her anger from being ignored by Yi Qian was swept away and she revealed a strange smile. Yi Qian felt that Jessen's mouth was really sharp. He didn't think that he would really be in the same exam room as her. Seeing her flickering eyes, Yi Qian's lips curled up slightly. The familiar Yi Ying was here again. It seemed like she wanted to play some tricks during the exam. Chapter 1196. Then should he play with her? While she was still considering, Yi Ying walked over. She looked down at her and sneered, You motherless thing, want to surpass me? Don't even think about it. Just you wait, stupid girl. I'll show you my true strength. You have parents, but you can still raise a child like you. You're no different from a beast. Yi Jian answered indifferently. There was coldness in his dark and bottomless eyes. He was enjoying Yi Ying's sudden change of expression calmly. You're worse than a beast. I'll give you my blessing for the college entrance examination. The exam was coming soon. Yi Ying was so angry that her face turned red. She clenched her fists and controlled her hands that were about to swing out. She gritted her teeth and said, Just you wait. Since middle school, other than just you wait, what else can you say? Yi Ying, I've been waiting. Compared to Yi Ying's angry face, Yi Qian, who was provoked, was much calmer. He continued to provoke her. You still want to play tricks in the exam? I'm also waiting. I'm looking forward to it. He said Yi Ying's plan as if he could read her mind. She was so shocked that the anger on her face was replaced by shock. Luckily, Yi Jifan taught her well. Yi Ying was only shocked for a short while. She pressed her lips together and said, I won't let you be proud for too long. I'll make you understand that you're not as good as me. So what if you have good grades? Do you think you can stand out just because you have good grades? What else do you have besides good grades? Do you know what you need to walk out of society? Relying on connections. Do you think you're qualified to compete with me? As more and more students entered the exam hall, Yi Ying ended the confrontation with what she thought was a fierce glare. She returned to her seat. The sun had already shone on every corner of the school. Someone stood in the shade of a tree outside the school. His handsome face had a faint smile, and his eyes were gentle as he looked at the corner of the school building. He ran all the way here because of traffic control, but he was still a little late. He didn't personally send her to the exam hall. Time ticked away, and the parents who had been waiting all lowered their voices and chatted softly. Their topics revolved around the school that they had applied to and their daughter's results. Xia Jinyuan listened quietly without any intention of getting involved. It was not until the name he was most familiar with came up that he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked over. After listening for a while, his thin lips curved into a perfect smile. His little fox was so famous that even the parents of the students knew about her. 30 minutes had passed since the exam started. Yi Qian, who didn't know Xia Jinyuan was there, started answering the questions on the last page. Her writing speed was too fast, and she was very famous in all the schools in the southern province. The invigilator stood beside her, watching her answer the questions while scanning the exam hall with his sharp eyes. The invigilator, who was gradually attracted by her answering speed, couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Too fast, too fast. As a teacher, he couldn't keep up with her speed. After 50 minutes, Yi Qian finished answering all the questions. At 60 minutes, he was the first student to hand in his paper and leave the classroom. Her departure caused the entire exam hall to become even quieter. The godlike existence of Yi Qian from the province was indeed famous. No. No. Pass. Yi Ying, who was still working on the questions, looked at the figure walking past her. She bit her lower lip and stared at her unfinished paper with a gloomy look in her eyes. Chapter 1197. Other than the occasional nervous coughing in the large classroom, the entire examination hall was so quiet that only the rustling of the pens could be heard. Yi Qian's early submission of the papers had undoubtedly stimulated the students' answering speed. Even the invigilator suddenly felt the pressure increase. He stood at the side of the aisle, his eyes fixed on all the students. If he found any suspicious cheaters, he would immediately go over to investigate. Yi Ying, with a gloomy expression, clenched the note tightly. She pretended to sit up straight and glanced at the empty desk 2 seats away from her from the corner of her eye. She put away the note with great reluctance. She actually handed in her papers so early. She couldn't move at all. Wretched girl, you're lucky. There was still 1.5 hours left between 9 o'clock a.m. and 11:30 a.m. The examinees were still writing at a high speed, burying their heads in the questions. Accompanying them were the tireless cries of the cicadas. The cries were sometimes loud and sometimes hurried, just like the mood of the examinees as they worked on the questions. Why is there a kid coming out? No way, it's only been 70 minutes. Whose kid is it? Let me see. There's a girl called Yi Qian in our provincial first high school. My child said that he took 2 mock exams with her. She was the one who handed in her papers early each time. A parent who was also an examinee from the provincial first high school craned his neck to look at the school. He immediately recognized the girl who was walking over and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's really Yi Jian. This kid. She's amazing. She's done with the exam." Yi Qian was no stranger to the parents of the provincial first high school. She was the representative of the entire school at the opening ceremony every year. Every time the teacher introduced her results, she was so far ahead that the parents of the new students gasped. The difference between first place and second place was not a difference of 5 or 10 points, but a difference of 70 or 80 points. Yi Qian planned to go home and cook for Njesen when she came back from the exam. When she was a short distance away from the back door of the school, Yi Qian could hear the discussion of the parents. She couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She only wanted to hurry home and cook a good meal. She forgot that she would be seen by the parents if she came out so early. Without thinking much, Yi Qian walked to the left side of the classroom building. 3:00. A familiar and elegant male voice came from the other side of the wall. Yi Qian, who was standing in the middle of the shrubs, had a glint in his eyes. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the 3:00. The June sun was so bright that it was like a handful of broken diamonds scattered everywhere. The girl he loved looked up and smiled at him. "You're here." They had known each other for 4 years, and her smile would always inadvertently make his heart beat faster. Xia Jinyuan gazed into her dark eyes, which could disperse the heat around him, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "Yes, I'm here. I've walked through thousands of mountains and rivers just to walk to your side, to hear your voice, to see your smile, and to hear you say, 'You're here.' All the hardships and tiredness disappear in an instant, leaving only joy in my heart. No one will notice if we come out from here." Xia Jinyuan, who had half of his body above the wall, waved at the girl who was walking towards him. He looked at her warmly and said, "I'll keep watch for you." Having a special forces soldier keep watch for something like this was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The two of them were very close, only about 4 or 5 meters apart. Yi Qian walked over and stood on a rock in the shrubs. She looked up and smiled at the man with gentle eyes. "Did you also climb over the wall 2 years ago?" Chapter 1198. After careful investigation, there are 3 camphor trees lined up in a straight line on the right, and the corner of the wall is on the left. This is the best spot for a surprise attack. Xia Jinyuan answered seriously like a professional. With vegetation and the wall as cover, it only took 30 seconds to successfully climb over the wall without alerting the school guards. Yi Jian smiled until her eyes were like crescent moons. The leaves swayed with the wind, and the mottled sunlight shone on her face. The faint light shone on her skin, which was as fair as jade, and had a glossy luster. Her eyes were full of smiles, and the smile could not only be contained in her eyes, but also overflowed from the corners of her eyes. Xia Jinyuan saw her full of joy and heard the flowers in his heart blooming in that instant. He saw love blooming like a flower, so beautiful and prosperous that the fragrance spread from 10 miles away. There was a professional standing guard. Yi Qian took about 5 steps back, ran up the wall with one leg, and landed on the top of the wall as light as a swallow. Then, he quickly jumped down from the top of the wall in a half-crouch. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing below, looked at his open arms and raised his eyebrows. He said to Yi Qian, who jumped down without any delay, "Little fox, I don't believe that you didn't see my open arms." He wanted her to jump into his arms, but his little fox did not give him the chance. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. "I just wanted to get down quickly and not get caught by the guard. I really didn't see it." Her gaze was already sizing him up, and finally landed on his face. She did not hide her fatigue like she did last time. Her eyes were clear and bloodshot, her fingers were clean, and her clothes were neat but wrinkled. His shiny leather shoes were spotless. Yi Qian felt a little relieved. She was afraid that he would rush over again, so she did not even bother to rest. "Even if they catch you today, they won't record your score. At most, they'll give you a few words of criticism. In my opinion, it's because my little fox is shy." Xia Jinyuan pretended not to notice her sizing him up and smiled faintly. His handsome face was gentle as he walked side by side with her towards the direction of the neighborhood. "You can even hide your shyness well. The results of the intensive training are obvious." In a few words, there were always a few that had something to do with the training. Yi Qian, whose thoughts were exposed, replied calmly, "I really didn't see it." "Are you done with your work?" Talking about hugging and cuddling had always been her weakness, so she had to change the topic immediately. Xia Jinyuan could not help but laugh at her calm appearance. He gently pinched her small and round earlobe and said softly, "Graduated from high school. Little fox, do you still remember the promise you made?" During the National Day military training 2 years ago, she had said that she would confirm her relationship with him after she graduated from high school. Xia Jinyuan had rushed over because of his promise. Of course Yi Qian remembered. Hundreds of days had passed, but his feelings for her were still the same. The graduation of the 3rd year of high school was on schedule, and so was her promise. She looked at the man who had been waiting for her for 4 years with a smile. "I've always remembered it in my heart. I've never forgotten it." When he made the promise, the little fox's eyebrows were young and tender, and her face was embarrassed. But now, she was natural and unrestrained, and she answered him with a calm demeanor. The scenes of the past flashed before his eyes, and today, he finally waited for the flower to bloom. Xia Jinyuan closed his eyes. Filled with tenderness, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently with excitement and sincerity. Chapter 1199. Although they were far away from the school gate, it was only a few hundred meters from the back gate to the residential area. The residential area was mostly rented by the parents of the provincial first high school students. A girl wearing the provincial first high school uniform was being kissed on the forehead by a tall and handsome man. Parents passing by would more or less cast inquisitive glances at them. The feeling of being watched made Yi Qian very uncomfortable, but she couldn't bear to interrupt his kiss. She couldn't see his expression clearly, but she could clearly feel his emotions fluctuating because of her words. She thought that his eyes must be very deep, and at this moment, they must be very bright. His expression was so sincere that it made her heart palpitate, because he had always been so protective of her. Before she met him, although there was light in her world, it was so monotonous that there was only one color. After she met him, the monotonous world began to be colorful. Sometimes, it was so beautiful that it made her timid and afraid to take a step forward, for fear that one day she would fall into the love net of this dangerous man and give up her life like a moth flying into the sky. She hesitated, panicked, and tried to escape, but in the end, she still couldn't walk out of his tenderness. From then on, the figure of a man named Xia Jinyuan appeared in her world. The sun was scorching, and the leaves were swaying in the wind. The rustling sound of the leaves was like the sound of flowers blooming in her heart. Yi Qian reached out and slowly hugged the man who had traveled thousands of miles for her. She couldn't refuse him, and she didn't want to refuse him. Yi Qian's hug made Xia Jinyuan feel happiness rush into his chest. The overflowing happiness made this man, who had walked through the battlefield, almost burst into tears. He knew Yi Qian too well. It was more difficult for her to make such a bold move in front of so many people than for her to fight on the battlefield. Her emotions were usually calm and reserved, and she would never reveal them easily. Now, for his sake, in order not to make him sad, she took the initiative to reach out her hands and buried her head in his embrace like a little bird. He knew that after 4 years of waiting, the flowers would bloom, and the most beautiful results would also come. No matter how many pairs of eyes stared at them, they did not break up immediately. Xia Jinyuan hugged the girl he had been thinking about day and night tightly. He did not want to let go of her so soon. His feelings could not be described with words. He only knew that he was very happy now, very happy. After some time, Xia Jinyuan heard the rustling of the leaves. He loosened his arms around her, put his chin close to her ear, and whispered, "What should I do? I want to carry you back now." Yi Qian rubbed his chin and replied softly, "Hold it in, don't be impulsive. Pay attention to control your emotions, don't lose your composure. You won't feel awkward, but I will." At this moment, Yi Jian's cheeks were abnormally red. The redness didn't just cover her neck, it spread all the way to her cheeks, ears, and even the snow-white skin below her neck was suffused with a pink diamond-like luster. After the Labor Day holiday, she turned around and kissed him because of a little jealousy. Afterward, when she was faced with everyone's gazes, she relied on her usual psychological training to stay calm and not run away. That time, she suddenly kissed a man in front of her classmates. It was the boldest thing she had done in her 2 lives, and it was also the only time. Chapter 1200. If he said that he was going to carry her now, Yi Qian thought that her heart would beat so fast that she wouldn't be able to concentrate on her exams in the afternoon. Because at this moment, when she hugged him like this, her heart was beating very fast. Xia Jinyuan chuckled. Her waist was so thin that he could wrap his arms around it with one hand. Every time he hugged her, his heart would sway because he realized that this was the best position for their bodies to be close together. It was the most suitable position for them to talk and kiss. Xia Jinyuan placed a light kiss on the top of her head and sighed. "After waiting for 4 years, my dream finally came true. I feel like I'm floating, like I'm dreaming." Yi Qian teased him, "You can think of it as a daydream. Even if I'm daydreaming, it's all about you. I think about how I sometimes need a long time to fall asleep when I wake up in the middle of the night. I also think about how I'll wait until you graduate from high school. Don't tell me I'm regretting it. Worrying about gains and losses for hundreds of days, thousands of hours." Xia Jinyuan really felt like he was floating and felt that it was a little unreal. His voice gradually lowered as he turned to hold her face, his fingers caressing her blushing cheeks. "I can feel your body temperature and see that I'm in your eyes. How could I be daydreaming? Why don't we go back and talk? There are a lot of students coming out, and some of the parents over there seem to have recognized me." Yi Qian loosened her grip on his muscular waist and tugged at the corner of his shirt. Her clear and bright eyes were glistening as she looked at him shyly. "I have an exam in the afternoon. I want to go back and rest early to prepare for the exam." The wind that blew through the leaves brought with it the coolness of summer, gradually calming them down. The gazes around them didn't disturb them, but Yi Qian was still a high school student, so she should be more mindful of her surroundings. Xia Jinyuan calmly loosened his grip, lowered his head, and gently kissed her cheek. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "I'll cook to celebrate our relationship." "What do you think? Soon to be confirmed as lovers?" Yi Qian raised an eyebrow. Although her face was still red, her eyes were calm. So what if those faintly discernible gazes fell on her? Her relationship with him was what they saw. Xia Jinyuan reacted quickly and said, "No, we should celebrate the confirmation of our relationship." Of course, he liked the idea of confirming their relationship. Since Little Fox had spoken, he had to obey. G3 said, "It's too difficult to find a girlfriend in our line of work. I wish I could feed my girlfriend with a spoon now." G3, who had left the ranks of bachelors, was now full of beauties in the team. He even used the identity of an experienced person to educate his comrades who were still single. From the beginning to the end, he only expressed one meaning: it's not easy to find a girlfriend. Once you find one, you must dote on her, love her, and pamper her. Otherwise, you'll let down your girlfriend who worries about you all the time. Xia Jinyuan thought about it and felt that it made sense. However, his little fox was different from his girlfriend who was a G3 teacher. It was necessary to pamper her and love her. However, she was still a soldier who needed to go to the front line. He could depend on her in life, but he could not depend on her in other aspects. He had to criticize her when he needed to, and be strict when he needed to. There was a chain supermarket behind the residential area. When Xia Jinyuan walked to the meat section, the seafood section, and the vegetable section, he paused for about a minute. His mind quickly filtered through the dishes he was best at. His goal was to start choosing the ingredients accurately. Chapter 12:01. Prawns were easy to make. Just remove the intestines and steam them. Sea fish were easy to make. Just like prawns. Meat needed to be stir-fried. No, it was hard to control the heat. Pork ribs were easy. Boiled with soy sauce and fresh ginger, that was easy too. Buy more. I have a classmate coming over to eat. She has a big appetite, Yi Qian reminded him in a low voice as she followed him to choose the live prawns. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. Now that their relationship was clear, he could finally enter her life as her boyfriend and get closer to her world. And Jessen has always been curious about who my boyfriend is. I don't know if she'll remember you when she sees you later, but I'm guessing she probably doesn't. Yi Jian said with a smile. She had been walking side by side with Xia Jinyuan. Occasionally, their arms would touch intimately. Anyone who saw them would know that they were a couple. Xia Jinyuan didn't have much of an impression of her classmate, but he knew Jessen. He also knew that this girl had helped Yi Qian a lot. He smiled and said, "You were in the same class from the second year of middle school to high school. You two must be very close." "Yes, we are very, very close. She helped me a lot in school and took the initiative to integrate me into the class. She even told me that if I wanted to integrate into the environment, I couldn't be special." Speaking of her good friend, Yi Qian's expression became even gentler. Her eyes were watery, moistened by friendship and love. Her beautiful face glowed with a bright and moving radiance. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but quickly kiss her cheek. Yi Qian glared at him and said, "Even if we are in a relationship, you can't always be so touchy." "Little fox, I was just using my mouth." "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists." Xia Jinyuan's expression was incomparably gentle. His handsome features revealed happiness. "Your friend is very good. She taught you how to integrate into the group and let you have a sense of belonging to the class. We all need to thank her for her help." Yi Qian's temperament in her previous life had already developed into an unsociable personality. She was a little cold and aloof. Even when she smiled, there was a sense of distance. But Yi Qian himself would never think that he was unsociable. He even thought that it was good to be alone. She would not care about how the people around her looked at her. She would not care about what happened in class or what happened between her classmates. She would enjoy her days alone and walk through her entire student life with her own tenacity and indomitable spirit. Xia Jinyuan did not want to see Yi Qian in such a state. Being independent was a good thing, but once you were independent and didn't fit in, there would definitely be problems. No matter how good her grades were, she would be isolated and ostracized by her classmates. No matter how outstanding one's abilities were, they wouldn't be recognized. Even if they joined the military, they wouldn't be able to reach the top. He couldn't take care of her in school, so he could only guide her in another way. When the provincial first senior high school's first-year students were assigned to different classes, he had specially suggested to Principal Chow to see if he could assign Jessen to Teacher Tong's class. That way, Yi Qian would have an old classmate to accompany her when she entered school. Now it seemed that his suggestion back then was very correct. And Jessen, who was cheerful and good at socializing, did indeed take care of Yi Qian in school. The problems that he had worried about previously did not occur, and she always maintained a good relationship with her classmates. Xia Jinyuan, who had a plan in mind, had always used his own way to hold Yi Qian's hand and guide her to grow up. He had used his own way to silently protect the girl he loved as she grew up. Chapter 1202. And Jessen is a very important friend of mine. I promised her that if I had a boyfriend, she would be the first to know. Yi Qian chose a piece of pork rib and smiled gently. She likes pork ribs. Why don't we make braised pork ribs together? Braised pork ribs were a little difficult. Xia Jinyuan pondered for a while and replied, we can try. It should be braised pork ribs with soy sauce. When they came back from grocery shopping and reached the third floor, Xia Jinyuan suddenly picked up the unsuspecting Yi Qian and ran up to the fifth floor with a low laugh. Although I can't carry you from outside, I can carry you from the nearest distance. Although Yi Qian was a little shocked, he quickly wrapped his arms around Xia Jinyuan's neck and let Xia Jinyuan carry him home. She didn't know how to fall in love. She only knew that when she saw how happy he was, she couldn't bear to reject him, nor could she bear to reject him. The sweet interaction didn't end until Jessen came back. One of them was cooking in the kitchen, while the other was setting the table in the dining room. As the key was pulled back, the security door was pushed open. And Jessen, who had just finished her exams, smelled the delicious aroma in the room. She was no longer half dead and screamed excitedly, it smells so good. Grilled fish, stir-fried beef, and duck. My Jane Eyre, being with you is so blissful. Come, let's kiss. The tightly closed kitchen door was pushed open, and a handsome and tall figure walked out. And Jessen, who was about to pounce on Yi Jian, suddenly stopped halfway. She almost tripped over her right leg and tripped over herself. My boyfriend. Last time, you kept wanting to know which man I kissed at the back door. This is the man you wanted to know. Yi Qian introduced him generously. She once said that if she had a boyfriend, she would introduce him to Jessen first. You've seen him before. Take a closer look and see if you remember. And Jessen was a little confused. Jane Eyre had always been a quiet student. She was a good student in school. She didn't accept a single love letter, didn't accept any gifts from any boys, and never flirted with any boys. She was the best student that the teachers didn't have to worry about. And now, this top student was telling him that she had a boyfriend. She even brought her boyfriend to her rented place and asked him to cook for her. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. For a moment, she had a strange feeling that the two people in front of her were actually an old married couple. Xia Jinyuan smiled politely and said, Hello, I am Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian's boyfriend. She had already extended her hand and said her last polite words elegantly, Nice to meet you, this, so refined. This, so polite. And Jessen was even more dumbfounded. Her brain temporarily shut down, she mechanically stretched out her hand and said dryly, Hello, I'm Jessen, Jane Eyre's good friend. Yi Qian watched as she stretched out her hand and retracted it stiffly. He put his arm around his friend's shoulder and asked with a smile, Do you recognize who he is? Did he really not have any recollection of it? Last time, you said, there's only one handsome man I've ever seen. It's the one in middle school who told us. His mouth was covered by Jessen, who had finally recovered from her stupor. "Oh my God, save us some face." "I got it, I got it, I got it." Jane Eyre was too honest. She was really worried that she would tell the truth when she said, "He's so handsome that I'm drooling all over the floor." She thought she had lowered her voice and that he could hear every word clearly. Xia Jinyuan maintained his composure and said with a smile, "You two can wash your hands and eat. After eating, you can rest for a while. I'll wake you up 20 minutes in advance." Chapter 1203. And Jessen felt a stomachache from the meal. The aura of Comrade Xia, who was sitting opposite her. She didn't even dare to speak impudently. But he wasn't serious either. He had a slight smile on his face the entire time. He was as elegant as a noble prince and had a good upbringing. Even so, she didn't dare to be impudent. There was only one word to describe it: fear. When she thought of how the other party had once stood on the podium and talked about national security with a cold expression, her cold gaze felt like a knife sticking to her skin. Other than fear, and Jessen felt nothing but fear. She silently ate her food and glanced at Yi Qian from time to time. And Jessen sadly realized that the gap between them was so hurtful. Her Jane Eyre wasn't afraid at all and could even talk cheerfully. That's right, what's there to be afraid of when he's her boyfriend? As she thought about it, and Jessen suddenly felt that her classmate Jane Eyre was very impressive. Not only was she good at studying, but she also had good taste in finding a boyfriend. Only she was not afraid of a boyfriend like Comrade Xia who could intimidate people with his aura. There was no mention of the morning's exam at the dinner table. And Jessen finished her lunch at the fastest speed in her life and immediately slipped back into the guest room to give the couple some space. Even their gazes were filled with sweetness. She sat opposite the two of them and was no different from a third wheel. It was better for her to leave quickly. As for the table full of delicious dishes, and Jessen silently touched her stomach. "Sigh, my stomach, you better behave. You're destined to not have the fortune to enjoy it. Your classmate seems to be a little afraid of me." Xia Jinyuan slowly peeled prawns for Yi Qian. It was the first day they confirmed their relationship, so he preferred the space between the two of them. Just now, when he slightly released his aura, his little fox's classmate was so scared that she only ate rice and didn't eat any dishes. Within 5 minutes, she finished a bowl of rice and went back to her room to rest. Yi Qian glanced at him disdainfully. "Don't you know why Jessen is afraid of you?" There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was firm and there wasn't a trace of emotion in it. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. His girlfriend was smart enough to see through his little scheme. Xia Jinyuan shamelessly replied, "We'll treat her to a meal later. Today is a special day, so I have to mark it as the first day of our relationship." It couldn't be helped. Major Xia would occasionally play petty tricks. It was a pity that Jessen didn't have the fortune to enjoy such a sumptuous feast. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. Next time, he really needed to treat Jessen to a big meal. "You go to the master bedroom to rest later. I'll go with Jessen and ask her how she did on the test this morning." In return, Major Xia let out a long sigh. Fortunately, he had a long vacation this time, so long that he needed to personally send the little fox to Demon King Li's training camp. After the exam, everything would be fine. Yi Qian, who was grinning from ear to ear, quickly planted a kiss on his handsome cheek. "Make it up to her. I'll go with her first." Love was important, but so was friendship. In the room, Jessen was lying on the bed and flipping through the textbook. When she heard the sound of the door opening, she immediately turned her head and smiled mischievously. "Student Jane Eyre, how do you feel after conquering the major who taught us the national defense class? Isn't it very, very satisfying?" At the age of 18 or 19, both boys and girls would have a little bit of dirty talk in private. The only difference was that the boys were straightforward while the girls were reserved. "What do you mean by satisfying?" Yi Qian didn't react in time. Instead, he answered seriously, "If you mean satisfying, then it is indeed satisfying. Also, when we were training together, it was very satisfying." Chapter 1204. And Jessin rubbed her forehead. How could she have forgotten about Jane Eyre's innocence? But what did she mean by training together? At this point, Yi Qian didn't intend to hide anything from her. She laid on the bed and looked at her best friend who had never asked about her and had always helped her. She said softly, Jessin, I have something to tell you. Ah, what is it? Why are you so serious? And Jessin was frightened by her serious face. She quickly stopped smiling and frowned. Did something happen? Is it about you and Comrade Xia? Did he bully you? Her face darkened instantly. She had the feeling that as long as Yi Jian said yes, she would immediately rush out to cause trouble. Her reaction warmed Yi Jian's heart. She hurriedly said, No, I want to talk to you about my application and my plans for the future. I feel bad that I haven't told you about it all this time. Damn, you scared me to death. I thought it was something big. It's fine if you didn't tell me. What's there to feel bad about? And Jessin immediately relaxed and smiled disapprovingly. You always have your plans. If you can't tell me about your application, then you must have your reasons. And Jessin was definitely a friend worth making. She looked carefree, but in fact, she had a lot of principles. Becoming friends with her was not only a kind of luck, but also a way to learn how to deal with people from her. Yi Qian reached out and hugged her best friend. My ambition is to join the military, so I only applied to one school, the National University of Science and Technology. When the time comes, we can only contact each other through letters. You can also leave me a message on QICQ. If I can go online, I'll definitely reply to you. Today was probably a very confusing day. And Jessin knew that she was confused again. Her best friend's ambition was to join the military, and then, there was only one goal, to get into the National University of Science and Technology. Was the National University of Science and Technology she was talking about the Hua University, or Shi University, in the military school? The one that was especially difficult to get into and only had 3 or 4 places in the southern province this year? Damn. I'm a little confused. Let me calm down. Calm down. And Jessin took a deep breath and let out a long breath before asking carefully, Is it because of your boyfriend's influence that you want to join the army? Yi Qian smiled and said, No, I was influenced by Uncle Zhen and Principal Chen. Didn't I get into a big fight with Yi Ying and her mother in the second year of junior high school? After everything was settled, Principal Chen had a heart-to-heart talk with me. At that time, I felt that I was too cowardly to be bullied by Yi Ying's family. There had to be a way out, so I started to think about joining the army. At first, I just didn't want to live like a coward. Later, I completely fell in love with it. I liked the roars when I trained with the soldiers. I liked to pick up a gun and hear the sound of bullets being fired. I liked the feeling of wearing jungle camouflage and fighting with the soldiers. Jessin, I've already been on this path for 4 years. In the future, there will be 4 more years until I can't wear the uniform anymore. And Jessin's expression was as if she was listening to a fantasy story. 4 years. Classmate Jane Eyre had already decided to join the army 4 years ago. Oh, my God. 4 years ago, wasn't she in the second year of junior high school? On the second year of junior high school, she thought all day long, I wonder what good food the snack shop has brought. I'll go and try it later. Chapter 1205. Or maybe she was thinking, I need to ask Mom for an extra $1 tomorrow. The spicy dried pork sticks in town are delicious. Also, why isn't Friday here yet? I want to watch TV tonight. While she was thinking about these things, Jane Eyre was thinking about joining the military and getting into university. The difference in hurting people was here again. I thought you couldn't find me every summer and winter. Actually, I've been training with the soldiers in the military. It's much more fulfilling than watching TV at home all day. Yi Qian's voice was very soft, like the sound of flowing water. And Jessin could hear it without a trace of awkwardness. Hearing this, Jessin clicked her tongue and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, then Ying was asking for trouble when she came looking for you during the National Day of Senior Year. I was wondering why you were so perfect when you demonstrated with the instructor. You looked even better than the instructor. So you were already training at that time. You even practiced shooting. Amazing. Even the political commissar said you were amazing. So you've even touched a gun and shot a target before. With today's confession, Jessen understood what she couldn't figure out in the past. Unbeknownst to everyone, Yi Qian not only studied hard but also worked hard for her goals. As she spoke, Jessen became a little melancholy. I didn't expect you to do so much in secret. It seems like we only see the bright side of you. Who knows how much you've suffered behind the scenes? I don't feel like I've suffered much. I'm just working hard for my goals. The whole process is a bit like sowing seeds before reaping the harvest. Yi Qian didn't feel like she had suffered. She felt like she was enjoying the process of reaping the harvest and looking forward to the final result. There was an indescribable motivation that kept spurring her to not stop. She didn't want to waste her second life. She wanted to get back what she had lost in her previous life. She wanted to live out her life well and not let down her years. Yi Qian gently hugged Jessen. Seeing the faint melancholy on her good friend's face, she lowered her gentle voice. I'm not like you. If I don't work hard, I'll always be suppressed by Yi Ying and live in her shadow for the rest of my life. As for you, your brilliance is something that I will never be able to emulate. My friends are in groups of 3 to 5, and every time they mention you, they will always say, Jessen is very good. You have parents who love you dearly, friends who are willing to play with you, and very good grades. Jessen, I want to thank you. You have helped me a lot in the past few years. Thank you very, very much. Yi Qian, who was not good at expressing his feelings, said so much in one breath. However, Jessen's eyes widened when she heard this. She reached out a hand to touch Yi Qian's face. You're my little Jane Eyre, right? Something's not right. It's different from usual. Yi Qian, who had finally revealed his emotions, did not know whether to laugh or cry. We'll be separated in a few days. I don't know when we'll meet again. It's rare for me to feel sad, but you think I'm not the same person anymore. Classmate Jane Eyre, you just need to maintain a height that I can look up to. Jessen rubbed her nose. As she spoke, her eyes turned red. You're good the way you are. Those who know you will always believe you even if you don't explain too much. What kind of relationship do we have? We're going to be good friends for life. Although you can be quite mysterious sometimes, I've always understood that you're sincerely good to me, Yang Yi, and the others. Chapter 1206. With tears still in her eyes, she giggled again. But, I think you treat me the best. Who asked us to be together when we were in junior high? I'll definitely support you joining the army. Who is Yi Ying? She can't be compared to you. As long as she could beat Yi Ying, Jessen would be happy. Her giggles turned into loud laughter, and she rolled back and forth on the bed. Awesome, this is awesome. Say, when the provincial first high school puts up a banner saying, "Congratulations to Yi Qian for getting into the National University of Science and Technology," ha, Yi Ying's family will be so angry that they'll vomit blood. Ha, just thinking about it makes me happy. Yi Qian saw that she wasn't angry at him for hiding it from her. He let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, Yi Ying will definitely be angry then. Today, I was in the same exam room as her, and she even came to me to show off, saying that I'm definitely not as good as her. Cough, cough, cough. Her laughter turned into loud coughs, and Yi Qian was so shocked that he quickly patted her back. Look at you, laughing so hard that you're out of breath. Get up and talk. Holding Yi Qian's hand, Jessen coughed until tears welled up in her eyes. You're going to tell me some shocking news later. My little heart is going to break from the shock. How unlucky is Yi Ying to be in the same exam room as you? Isn't she looking for trouble? Don't hide it. You have to suppress the enemy at this critical juncture. There's a saying in the army. Yes, 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 it's like being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Don't be merciful. But you have to be careful. What if she tries to play tricks in the exam room and implicates you? So you have to be careful, be careful. Yi Qian took out a tissue and handed it to her to wipe her tears, smiling. Actually, I'm kind of looking forward to her playing tricks in the exam room. After fighting with me for so long, I didn't really do anything to her. If she really plays tricks in the exam room, I'm looking forward to it. Hey, 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 you've become bad. And Jessen suddenly understood what he meant. The two girls immediately laughed together on the bed. There was a knock on the door, followed by Xia Jinyuan's deep voice. There's an exam in the afternoon. You two can rest now. The two of them had been chatting in the room for half an hour. If he didn't remind her, she was afraid that they would continue chatting until 20 minutes before the exam. And Jessen had already covered herself from head to toe with the air conditioner and pretended to be asleep. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. She was indeed a little afraid of Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes, thinking about Yi Ying's expression in the exam hall today. She must have wanted to play some tricks in the morning, but failed because he handed in his paper early. When she went back, she would mention to Yi Zhifan and Sun Dongqing that they were in the same examination hall as her. She couldn't rule out the possibility of more tricks in the afternoon. Yi Zhifan desperately wanted to move back to his household register. The reason was very simple. He didn't want to see himself go further and further away from him. He didn't want Yi Ying to be unable to surpass him. In order to achieve his goal, he even asked old Madame Yi to come out of retirement, but the result was still the same. In the middle of it, she was really thankful that old Madame Yi spread rumors to Yi Zhixiang that Yi Zhifan and Ho Zi were kept as mistresses. In the end, Ho Zi was alerted to deal with this matter. Because of this, Yi Zhifan, who wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal, was suppressed, and he didn't dare to make any more moves. Chapter 1207. Yi Zhifan wouldn't give up so easily now that there was a chance to make all his efforts go to waste and even disqualify him from the college entrance exam. There was a 50% chance that Yi Ying would make a move in the afternoon. Yi Qian, who was lying on the bed, closed his eyes and thought. Meanwhile, Yi Zhifan, who was sitting on the side of the hotel bed, was quietly listening to his daughter speak. Dad, I want to take a gamble. If I lose, I'll admit it. But I still have a 50% chance of winning. Dad, I want to try. Yi Ying, who had finished her lunch, didn't even bother with her lunch break. She gritted her teeth with a sinister expression. As long as there's a chance, I'll give it a try. I won't let her have the chance to step on my head again. Dad, I've always remembered how she kicked me out of the provincial number 1 middle school back then. Sun Dongqing sat on the side and looked at her husband and daughter. After a while, she couldn't hold it in anymore and said fiercely, we have to teach that wretched girl a lesson. Otherwise, she'll think that our Yi Ying is easy to bully. If it weren't for old Yi always telling her not to go to the provincial number 1 middle school and cause trouble for that wretched girl because it would affect his reputation in the government, she would have gone there long ago. Go and take the things. Don't cause trouble. Yi Zhifan didn't agree immediately. This was a serious matter and related to his daughter's future. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He gently reprimanded his wife and then said to Yi Ying, Ying, although the risk is 50%, Yi Qian's ability is a little beyond my expectations. Ying, Dad can say that you don't have a 50% chance of winning. Yi Ying's voice suddenly rose and sounded a little shrill. Dad, are you saying that I'm not as good as Yi Qian? Even you think that I'm not as good as her? Who said that? Who said that our Ying is not as good as that wretched girl? Sun Dongqing, who was cleaning the table, jumped up and pointed at Yi Zhifan's nose. Yi Zhifan, I'm telling you, don't compare that wretched girl to our Ying. Our Ying is a top student at Tsinghua University and West University. Even her homeroom teacher said that as long as she performs normally, it won't be a problem for her to get into the top universities. What can this wretched girl get into? I think she should thank the heavens for even getting into a third-rate university. Yi Ying was even angrier. If Yi Qian could only get into a third-rate university, why would she do something like that during the college entrance exam? Mom, can you stop interrupting? I'll talk to Dad. Can you go back to your room and rest? Yi Ying's voice was filled with anger. Dad, I don't care how confident I am. I have to try. If I really fail, I'll just repeat my studies for a year. If you succeed, think of a way to make this matter worse. Let the Education Bureau punish Yi Qian as a warning to others and permanently disqualify Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam. You also have to think about the jade pendant in our hands. If the person behind the jade pendant knows that Yi Qian is more promising than me, do you think he will abandon our family and support Yi Qian? None of the other words had touched Yi Jifan's heart. Only this sentence had touched the bottom of his heart. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the hotel corridor. It was the parents who had accompanied their children to school for the afternoon exam. Listening to the sound of footsteps and the parents' reminders gradually fade away, Yi Jifan waited until the surroundings were so quiet that only Yi Ying's heavy breathing could be heard. He said, "Be careful." The sun was at its brightest in the afternoon. Yi Qian stood at the school gate and looked at a boy, who was wearing the provincial No. 1 middle school's uniform. The boy walked unhurriedly beside them and smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who had brought her over. Go back and wait. You don't have to stand under the sun. I'll be back in about an hour. Go back and rest. Chapter 12:08. No matter how clean he was, she still felt that he had not rested well. Okay, I'll watch you go in. Xia Jinyuan also looked at the boy, who looked decent in the provincial No. 1 high school's uniform. His thin lips curled up slightly. I'll come and pick you up in the afternoon. And Jessen looked at her good friend who was sweetly reminding her and could not help but feel disappointed again. Yi Qian, who had fallen into the river of love, had indeed changed. He was no longer as unattainable as before. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower. It's different when you're in love. You smile like a blooming flower. She also wanted to be in love. Like Jane Eyre, she could be in love and study at the same time. She was just afraid that she would not study hard when she was in love. And Jessen, who did not even notice that she had said it out loud, suddenly felt her hair stand on end. She felt like she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. She looked up abruptly, but there was nothing. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian calmly looked away from the man who was less than 2 meters away from them. The T6 combatant was here, and he was even shamelessly wearing the provincial No. 1 high school's uniform and mingling with a group of students. I have an ominous feeling. I have to go into the classroom. And Jessen rubbed her arms and said softly to Yi Qian, I felt like something was staring at me just now. Could it be Ying? Ahem. Xia Jinyuan raised his clenched fist to the corner of his mouth and cleared his throat. He turned sideways and glanced at the T6 combatant. Bro, you should at least restrain yourself a little. The T6 combatant, who had a baby face and delicate facial features, blinked and then raised his eyebrows in Jessen's direction. The meaning he wanted to express was quite obvious. Bro, I think this girl is not bad. Introduce her to me. Xia Jinyuan looked away. His marriage had already been resolved, but his brother's marriage. It seemed like he had to bear some responsibility. But wasn't it a little too hasty to think that he thought she was not bad with just one glance? The T6 combatant, who was full of joy, watched helplessly as his comrade mercilessly looked away. He felt so jealous that he wanted to rush up and introduce himself. When the T6 combatant saw Yi Qian pulling the delicate girl behind him and forcibly blocking his view, he lowered his head in silence. The two of them had joined forces to bully him, who was all alone. I'll go in first. Yi Qian did not stay any longer. He grabbed Jessen, who was looking around, and calmly pulled her out of the T6 combatant's line of sight. It was so strange just now. I clearly felt like something was staring at me, but I couldn't find anything when I swept my gaze over. Do you think it's that despicable Yi Ying's doing? And Jessen still hadn't forgotten the stare that gave her goosebumps. After taking a few steps, she turned around to look behind her. Yi Qian smiled and said, "It's nothing. Maybe you're a little nervous about the exam later. Don't be nervous. Your foundation in mathematics has always been very good. Mathematics was your forte in junior high, let alone in high school. You could even make it into the top 10 of your cohort and get into the university of your dreams." As the two of them walked further and further away, the T6 combatant came up to Xia Jinyuan and said with a smile, "That must be Yi Qian's good friend. She's quite a nice girl. You two seem to hit it off. Do you want to come out for dinner tonight? Introduce her to me? You have a strong motive. You even shamelessly put on a high school uniform." Xia Jinyuan removed the hand on his shoulder and looked up and down at the T6 combatant, who still looked decent in his school uniform. He said mercilessly, "You want to get a girlfriend dressed like this? It would be strange if a girl would fall for you." Chapter 1209. T6 humbly asked for advice. "I'm inexperienced, so please give me some tips. I secretly took this set of clothes from my cousin's closet. I'll be returning it later." Only when he said that did Xia Jinyuan remember that T6 was also from Southern Province. "I can't help you with this. You'll have to ask Yi Qian. Also, why did you come to First High School? You don't seem to have a simple motive." "I suddenly remembered that Yi Qian isn't in First High School during my 15-day break. I was wondering if I should come over to take a look and settle my marriage while I'm at it. My family is giving me a headache." "How old am I?" "I'm only 27. Is it that hard to find a wife?" After returning for 3 days, T6 spent the first day with his parents. The next 2 days were all about blind dates. Xia Jinyuan accidentally asked about T6's troubles. Comrades were meant to share weal and woe together, so T6 did not mind sharing his troubles with his comrade. "Change your clothes before you talk about blind dates with me. Otherwise, I'll feel like I'm going on a blind date with a high school student. I won't want to talk to you at all. Let's go and change our clothes. I urgently need your advice. Also, I really think that girl just now is not bad. She made me feel like my heart was being electrocuted." Faced with Xia Jinyuan's cold gaze, T6 immediately said seriously, in layman's terms, "I was electrocuted." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. "Why didn't you pass out from the electrocution? I could have gotten her to come back and give you CPR immediately." After a moment of silence, T6 gave his comrade a thumbs up. "That's a brilliant move. How would I have thought of it if you didn't mention it earlier? Why don't we use it tonight? I'll pretend to be unconscious while you pull the girl over and give me CPR." Xia Jinyuan felt that it was a little difficult to progress on this topic. When encountering someone who was even more shameless than him, he usually only had one feeling: he really wanted to beat him up. But today was the first day he confirmed his relationship with Little Fox, so it was not appropriate for him to go on a killing spree. He might as well let him off this time. He looked quite pitiful. And Jessen, who had just entered the classroom, had no idea that she had electrocuted a Special Forces soldier. With a serious expression on her face, she opened the test paper and adjusted her state of mind as quickly as possible. Then, she began the afternoon math test. The exam had just begun, and the invigilator did not immediately use his fiery eyes of truth to inspect the examination hall. He only reminded them, "Take the exam seriously, take the exam seriously." Then he stood by the aisle and did not say anything else. Yi Qian was the fastest student in the entire exam hall. The other students had to stop writing from time to time to think, but she had already calculated the answer in her mind by the time she finished reading the question. She just had to write on the blank space. Teachers from different schools would invigilate every exam. Almost every teacher from every school knew Yi Qian from the province's #1 middle school. Whenever they saw Yi Qian's ID during the examination, they would immediately look up and size him up. When it was time for the exam, they would stop by Yi Qian's desk and watch her answer the questions. Half an hour later, Yi Qian finished answering the A and A questions. The invigilator next to her looked at her in shock. He could not accept the speed at which she answered the questions without thinking. He originally thought that she would make a mistake, but when he finished calculating in his mind, he realized that there was no mistake at all. The invigilator was not in a hurry to leave, but Yi Qian. It was Yi Ying. She worked on the questions for a while, then glanced down from the corner of her eye. When she saw that the invigilator was still there, she was so angry that she bit her lower lip so hard that a circle of teeth marks appeared. Of course, Yi Jian knew that someone had been looking at her with a gloomy gaze. She remained calm and answered the questions one by one, not giving herself any chance to be distracted. Chapter 12:10. The invigilator blocked Yi Ying's line of sight, so she couldn't see Yi Qian's speed. She also didn't see that Yi Qian had already started working on the questions on both sides of the CD and CD. After the invigilator left, she glanced over and saw Yi Qian stop writing to think about the last two questions. Seeing this, Yi Ying sneered disdainfully. Didn't they say that she was fast at solving questions? Didn't she always hear the students from number 1 middle school say that Yi Qian handed in his paper early again? It must be a lie. How could her speed be considered fast? What a joke. Yi Ying had always been conceited. In addition, she was like a fish in water in the provincial number 2 high school. Her speed in solving questions in every exam was also very fast, which made her even more unwilling to believe that Yi Jian could really solve the questions faster than everyone else. I'll let you be smug for a while, damn girl. Yi Ying muttered softly. Her eyes flashed with malice. She didn't look at Yi Qian anymore and quickly caught up with her own questions. If she wanted to set him up, she had to finish the questions herself. Every time, she relied on her own ability to rank among the top few in number 2 middle school. With such outstanding results, Yi Ying didn't believe that she couldn't beat Yi Qian. Yi Ying wasn't stupid. It was just that when she met Yi Qian, she was a little crazy. It was easy for her to make wrong decisions and make wrong decisions. But this time, even Yi Jifan agreed. It had to be said that for the jade pendant, Yi Jifan was also gambling with Yi Ying's future. If he lost, with Yi Ying's intelligence, it wouldn't be a problem for her to repeat a year and get into university. If he won, he would make sure that Yi Qian would never be able to get back the jade pendant. He would make sure that she would never be able to change her life. This was a gamble with life. In Yi Jifan's heart, he wasn't just betting on Yi Ying's future, he was betting on his own future as well. Today, he deeply understood that the reason he rose from a village official to a provincial official was all because of the jade pendant in his hands. Compared with his career, Yi Jifan chose his own career. As long as he had a smooth career and had a meteoric rise, there would be no problem for his daughter to re-enter a university. It was just a waste of another year. Yi Jifan himself did not hold much hope that Yi Ying would be able to stop Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam. Yi Ying had never won against Yi Qian in the past few confrontations. Now that Yi Qian had Ho Zi behind him, and he was not sure if his aunt's family had come to look for their relatives. Furthermore, he had to pay attention to his image as an official at all times, so he had some misgivings when dealing with Yi Qian. Letting his daughter take action was the best choice. Whether they could win or not depended on God's will. Yi Jifan, who was standing outside the school, took a sip of cold water and stared at the school with a malicious gaze. Yi Qian, don't blame your uncle for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too outstanding. You've made our entire family feel threatened. Only by getting rid of you will we be able to move on quickly. Ji was still tirelessly calling out. The parents were fanning themselves with their cattail leaf fans to disperse the worry in their hearts. I don't know if this year's math will be difficult. Last year's math was too difficult. One of my colleagues said that a few students fainted in the classroom. What a sin. 3 years of hard work went down the drain. It was all in vain. Isn't that so? Please don't let anything happen this year. The worst thing is to see a child faint from nervousness. The parents will be sad. When the child wakes up, they won't be able to accept it. That's right. Thousands of soldiers and horses crossed the bridge in hopes of getting into a university during the college entrance exam. Sigh, please don't let anything happen. Chapter 12:11. Yi Zhifan heard the constant chatter of the parents. He raised his head and looked at the setting sun. His Yingying's mental fortitude for the exam was not bad, so he didn't have to worry about her fainting. But he didn't know if she would succeed. Passing notes in the college entrance exam, was the worst method. It was very likely that both parties would suffer, and neither of them would be able to participate in the exam. Ever since Ying said that she planned to use the passing notes method to frame Yi Qian, Yi Zhifan didn't have much hope. Instead, he hoped that his daughter would be smarter. The worst-case scenario would be that both parties would suffer. He would definitely have a way to make his daughter retake the exam for a year and resume it. Time ticked by, and the sun in the west finally stopped shining directly on the teaching building. The examination hall seemed to have become much cooler. Yi Qian, who was solving the questions, was a little excited. The more excited she was, the more focused she became. Her brain was like a high-speed computer, solving all the questions on the exam paper. As she wrote, the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a smile that none of the other candidates had. The invigilator standing next to her was a little uneasy. She could solve the college entrance exam questions. Smile, this was the first time in 3 years of invigilating. Finally, the invigilator stopped staring at Yi Qian from time to time. A student like this wouldn't cheat, because there was no need for her to do so. Yi Ying, who was paying attention, saw this and a vicious look flashed across her eyes. Then, she revealed a faint smile. Next, she would definitely make Yi Qian get kicked out of the classroom by the invigilator. She would make it impossible for her to participate in the college entrance exam. As for how she would do it, Yi Ying, with a cold smile, switched the exam paper from side A to side C. She actually skipped the first half of the exam questions and started on side C, which required analysis. The iron leaf fan spun quickly, sending a chill to the candidates who were sweating from solving the questions. Something seemed to be brewing in the air, making the atmosphere in the exam hall more and more tense. There was even a hint of dullness in the air. Yi Ying, who had just finished a calculation problem on side C, had a strange smile on her face as she quickly wrote on the draft paper that was given to her. "Damn girl, let's see how you're going to make a comeback." The 1999 National College Entrance Examination hadn't arrived yet. In the future, electronic devices would be used to cheat. Yi Ying's method was the most commonly used in this era, but it was also the most dangerous and the least intelligent way to cheat. She directly threw a small piece of paper. Written on the paper were the answers to the multiple choice and decision questions, as well as a calculation question on panel C. She planned to throw the paper towel under Yi Qian's desk when the invigilator was not around. After finishing the questions, Yi Qian suddenly moved towards her seat. The legs of the wooden chair creaked as they rubbed against the floor. The invigilator, who was sitting diagonally below Yi Qian, glanced at her sharply. In the process of creating the noise, Yi Ying completed a series of actions at lightning speed. Her chest was slightly tilted towards the desk. Her left hand that was holding the paper towel tightly moved under the desk. Using her right hand as a cover, the paper towel in her left hand drew an arc in the air and directly bounced under Yi Qian's desk. The moment the paper towel left Yi Ying's hand, the smile in her eyes seemed to be stained with the poison of a hornet's sting. It was chilling. In the quiet exam hall, the only sound that could be heard was the rustling of the pen. The sound of the table and chairs was especially loud. When the invigilator's gaze landed on Yi Ying, her expression had already changed. Her expression and eyes were filled with panic. Chapter 12:12. The slip of paper. The slip of paper that was supposed to land under Yi Qian's desk was bounced back to her seat. The invigilator who heard the commotion walked towards her. "Raise your feet." As the invigilator's voice came from above her head, Yi Ying's calves trembled slightly. Under the invigilator's sharp gaze, she slowly raised her feet. The slip of paper that was supposed to land on Yi Qian's seat was picked up by the invigilator. "Who gave this to you?" The voice was serious and low, like a basin of ice water poured over her. It made Yi Ying's scalp tense up, and she shivered one after another. No, I can't panic, I can't panic. How can I panic now? I have to calm down. Yi Ying bit her lower lip hard and didn't answer immediately. Instead, she quickly thought of a way to get out of this situation. Suddenly, Yi Ying narrowed her eyes, and a gloomy look flashed across her eyes. I didn't send the slip of paper. Then I'll go all out. If I don't have a good time, Yi Qian won't have a good time. Yi Ying, who had made up her mind to prevent Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam, came up with an idea that would hurt both of them. It was also the only way to drag Yi Qian into this. This idea coincided with Yi Jifan's plan. He knew his own children well. Yi Jifan knew that Yi Ying wouldn't back down easily. He knew that the worst-case scenario was that both of them would be hurt, just like now. This was also the only way he thought to bring down Yi Qian. Yi Ying, who didn't disappoint her father, raised her head. Her eyes were filled with panic as she stuttered, "No, no. No one gave it to me. I've sealed the paper. Come out for a moment." The invigilator didn't waste any more time to avoid affecting the other candidates. He took the slip of paper and said to another invigilator, "Seal this student's paper. I'll take her out." Even though Yi Ying had already prepared herself for her math results to be invalid, she was still a little scared. Her hands reflexively pressed down on the paper. Her lips trembled as tears flowed down her face. "I'm not going out. I didn't cheat." These are the answers to the multiple-choice questions and the decision questions, and these questions are the analysis process for the seaside questions. The invigilator said as she picked up Yi Ying's admission ticket. Yi Ying of the 2nd Provincial High School, a slip of paper appeared in the examination room. "You are already cheating." Yi Ying spread out her seaside and anxiously explained, "I've already finished. I didn't cheat. Also, you can look at my handwriting. I wrote it myself. I really didn't cheat." The note was in his own handwriting, and he didn't even throw it out. How could it be considered cheating? Only those who didn't know how to solve the questions were considered cheating. There was a small commotion in the exam hall. Some students raised their heads and looked in the direction of Yi Qian. Unmoved, Yi Qian finished the last question. With a faint smile on her lips, she deliberately looked at Yi Ying provocatively. Just as his gaze landed on her, Yi Ying's expression looked as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She cried, "Yi Qian, hurry up and explain. The teacher is going to ban my exam papers. Hurry up and explain." Then, she said to the invigilator, "Teacher, I didn't have a choice. Please forgive me this time. I won't pass the answers to Yi Qian again. Please forgive me this time." She wouldn't do it. She begged me to give her the answers. "Teacher, Yi Qian and I are cousins. My sister begged me. I couldn't refuse." Chapter 12-13. Hearing this, Yi Qian almost laughed out loud. Could it be that the scheme she came up with in the afternoon was this kind of stupid scheme? It seemed that he had overestimated Yi Ying. How could such a scheme be called a scheme? "Yi Ying, you're digging your own grave. Teacher, let's talk outside so that we don't affect the student's performance." Yi Qian wanted to teach Yi Ying a lesson, but he wouldn't implicate the other students. Even if it had nothing to do with the other students, it would more or less affect their performance. Yi Qian sealed the test papers and didn't even look at Yi Ying. He tidied up the stationery on the table and said calmly, "The cheating in the college entrance exam is serious. Since Yi Ying said that I asked her to give me the answers, teacher, I hope you can report this to the higher-ups and investigate this thoroughly." Yi Ying, oh Yi Ying, do you really think that you're so smart with such a childish scheme and that the teachers are all idiots? All of you, come out. The invigilator confiscated Yi Qian's admission ticket and walked out of the exam hall. Another invigilator stood on the podium and glanced at Yi Qian before coldly warning all the students, "Don't bother with things that have nothing to do with you. Do your own thing and don't look around. Don't be misunderstood by the teachers and affect your performance." Some of the students who were just taking the exam for fun and knew that they wouldn't be able to get in looked on with interest, ignoring the invigilator's words. As for those who were focused on getting into university, such as Meng Wen, who was in the same class as Yi Qian, they didn't pay much attention. She only glanced at Yi Qian when he stood up with a faint smile in her eyes. An hour had passed. Yi Qian even sealed the test papers, which meant that he was preparing to finish the exam within an hour. She used to think that Yi Qian was partly responsible for Yi Ying's departure, but now it seemed that Yi Ying was reaping what she had sown. She didn't even forget to frame Yi Qian for the college entrance exam. She, Meng Wen, couldn't stand it anymore. There were a total of 4 students in the provincial First High School's grade 12 class 1 who were in the same exam hall. Like Meng Wen, they immediately buried themselves in their own questions after being reminded by Yi Qian. Who was Yi Qian? He was the invincible evergreen of the provincial First High School. Whoever dared to compete with her would end up in a miserable state. She was admired by all the teachers and students in the school. Did she need to ask Yi Ying from the second senior high school for sex? The teachers and students of the entire First High School would not believe it and would even laugh out loud. Moreover, the college entrance examination was the most rigorous examination in the country. How could Yi Ying play tricks? In a moment of carelessness, he had destroyed himself by playing with fire. With such a small episode, none of the examinees in the third examination hall dared to move around. They were afraid that they would be targeted by the invigilator for the rest of the examination. All of them straightened their backs and obediently buried their heads in answering the questions. Yi Qian and Yi Ying were brought to the office of the examination hall in a school building. Not only were there people from the Provincial Education Bureau present, but there were also school leaders present. When Principal Chao saw Yi Qian, he was more than a little surprised. Yi Qian, why are you here? Other students could appear in this office, but Yi Qian was definitely not here. I came out of nowhere. This student from the provincial second high school framed me. She said that I begged her for the answers and she couldn't resist my pleading, so she wrote them down. The slip of paper with the answers is in the hands of the invigilator, Yi Qian said casually. His expression was calm and composed, without a trace of panic. Chapter 12-14. The tearful Yi Ying expressed her deep disappointment and self-blame. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to your request. You never admit anything and only blame me. You came here for no reason, and I came here for no reason. The leader of number 2 high school was also there. When he saw Yi Ying, the surprise on his face was no less than Principal Chao's. Hearing this, he naturally had to protect his own student. He said in a deep voice, Yi Ying, don't cry. Hurry up and say it. You're taking the college entrance exam. It's not a normal exam. Yes, Yi Qian. Let's talk things out. Hurry up and say it. Hurry up and go back to the exam. When it came to protecting his students, Principal Chao was never slower than others. He glanced at the leader of the provincial second high school and smiled at Yi Qian. You little girl. Why do you always make people jealous? Yi Ying, who was expelled from school, came back, to stir up trouble. How much did her family hate Yi Qian? How much did they hate her so much that they tried to sabotage her college entrance exam? They stirred up trouble again and again. Although Principal Chao had a smile on his face, his heart was burning with rage. Again and again, Yi Zhifan was a dignified provincial official. How could he do such despicable and shameless things? Yi Ying, who was afraid that she would fall behind, took over the topic. She wiped her tears and told the whole story with a determined gaze. I didn't need to cheat to get my results. All the teachers in the provincial second high school knew about it. When Yi Qian came looking for me, I hesitated. But later on, she begged me too much. My heart softened and I gritted my teeth and agreed. Who knew, when I sent the note out, I was too nervous and didn't succeed. Then, the teacher found out. Teacher, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. This is my fault. I admit my mistake. Yi Qian didn't get my note. It can only be considered as cheating. Please let her go and let her go back to the exam. Her words were beautiful. The teachers present shook their heads. She was too naive. Did she think she would be fine just like that? Being caught cheating in the college entrance exam was not just a little serious. The Provincial Education Bureau would be notified and it would be recorded on one's record for life. The leader of the provincial second high school was so angry that he slapped the table and scolded, "Stupid. Before the college entrance examination, we have repeatedly reminded you that you must not help others to cheat. Once you are caught, no matter how you explain it, you will be disqualified from the college entrance examination. Yi Qian, did you hear that? You must remember that you absolutely cannot help others cheat because of your feelings," Principal Chow said with a serious face. He did not even mention the word deal. Instead, it was as if he was warning Yi Qian not to learn from Yi Ying and harm himself. The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at Yi Ying's admission ticket, then looked at Yi Qian's admission ticket. His gaze fell on Yi Qian, who was no stranger to the Provincial Education Bureau. He asked in a deep voice, "Yi Qian, do you have anything to say?" Principal Chow did not believe that Yi Qian, who wanted to study at the National University of Science and Technology, would ask the students of the Provincial Second High School for an answer. Neither did the Provincial Education Bureau. Yi Qian smiled and said calmly, "Just now, everyone heard Yi Ying say that she was going to pass the answer to me, but she was too nervous and didn't succeed. I want to confirm it with her again." He turned his gaze to the righteous Yi Ying and said, "I'm sorry. Can you say it again?" I'm afraid that the leaders present did not hear it clearly. Chapter 12:15. Yi Qian, I will take responsibility for my own mistakes. As for you, is it that hard for you to speak the truth? Yi Ying's facial features were delicate. Her eyebrows were dark and deep. When she put on a serious face, there was a sense of righteousness in her eyes that made people believe her. I didn't give you the answer in time. Now I know that I was wrong. But what about you? Do you know that you were wrong? Faced with her accusation, Yi Qian was unmoved. I only want to confirm one thing. Were you prepared to give me the answer, but you were too nervous in the end and didn't succeed? The repeated question made Yi Ying wary. What was this wretched girl trying to do? Why did he have to confirm it again? No matter what she wanted to do, she could forget about returning to the exam hall today. That's right. If I wasn't nervous, the note would have been in your hands a long time ago. Yi Ying wiped her tears again and said in a choked voice, I regret it. I shouldn't have agreed to it. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted. If you couldn't get in, you could only say that you didn't work hard enough. But as for me, I did questions every day. I didn't even play on Saturdays and Sundays just to get into the university I wanted. In the end, the leader of the provincial second high school was so angry that he glared at Yi Qian. He was so angry, so angry. Yi Ying was a top student from the provincial second high school who could get into Tsinghua University. The school had high hopes for her. Who knew that she would be ruined by Yi Qian from the provincial first high school? Yi Qian from the provincial first high school. Yi Qian? Yi Qian? This name. The leader of the provincial second high school suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yi Qian from the provincial first high school? Finally, the furious leader of the provincial second high school understood why the name Yi Qian sounded so familiar. Wasn't this the student who rejected the direct offers from Tsinghua University and Shi University? Why would she ask Yi Ying to copy the answer? Why would the provincial first high school's poster ask Yi Ying to copy the answer? Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Wasn't something wrong? After she finished speaking, Yi Ying noticed that Yi Qian's lips were slowly curling up. When he glanced at her with a mocking gaze, she also realized that something was wrong. Dear leaders and teachers, I am Yi Qian from the provincial first high school. Yi Qian took 2 steps forward and stood in the middle of the office. She held her head high and her eyebrows, with the toughness of a soldier. He said calmly, Yi Ying to me, everything she said was a joke. First, I've never asked her for an answer. Secondly, I never had to ask anyone for an answer. You're lying. A sharp voice interrupted Yi Jian's words. Yi Ying, who also took 2 steps forward, said sternly, I didn't say a single lie. She did ask me for an answer. Yi Jian raised her eyebrows and continued calmly. Thirdly, I've already finished the exam and sealed the papers. So, it's even more impossible for me to ask her for the answers. What? How could she be so fast? The entire office fell into silence. The exam was over. Yi Qian from the provincial first high school finished the math exam an hour earlier? How was that possible? Did you finish the exam? Or did you finish all the questions? The leader of the provincial education department asked in a deep voice. Yi Qian, think carefully before you answer. This is very important. Chapter 12:16. Finishing the exam and finishing all the questions, the former was vague and undefined, while the latter was clear. Ying also thought of it, her defeated face suddenly lit up, her sharp voice turned into a mean sneer. Finished in an hour? Yi Qian, I never knew you had this ability. The leader of the second provincial high school didn't have the confidence he had before. He could hear the unconcealable resentment in the student he thought highly of, and instantly felt that this cheating wasn't simple. Why did it sound like there was a personal grudge between them? Yi Qian answered the leader of the Provincial Education Bureau with a smile. I have a habit, my classmates all know. I like to finish all the questions within an hour, no matter which exam it is. I'm used to finishing it within an hour. The certainty in her smile, combined with her calm expression, made all the leaders present see that she was as steady as empty tie. From this, they could see the difference between the two girls. The student from the second provincial high school who spoke first had a thin tongue, as if he didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. On the other hand, the student from the first provincial high school spoke in an orderly manner. He didn't speak slowly or hurriedly. He calmly dealt with the cheating and didn't refute the second provincial high school student's aggressiveness. Instead, he first explained his situation one by one, then let the leaders decide who was right or wrong. Just from this one incident, the difference in character between the two was obvious. The more I did the questions, the smoother I got, so I didn't try to control it precisely. I finished it in an hour, about 10 minutes faster than usual. The students from the second provincial high school said I asked her for answers. I really don't know which me asked her. I really don't know which me asked her. Her words were quite good. Not only did it make Ying speechless, but it also made the leaders see that she didn't want to confront Ying directly, so as to avoid a conflict that would cause negative effects. At this time, even Yi Ying's lips were deathly pale. Cold sweat broke out on her back. The damned girl said she finished the exam. No, impossible, she didn't believe it. Principal Chow smiled and confirmed, I can testify to this habit of hers. I even talked to her before and told her not to finish so early. Even if she still needed to check after she finished, she couldn't be careless. In the end, she said that she checked it once before handing it in. She even said that once a habit is formed, it's hard to change it. That's why I was really surprised when the students from second high school said that she cheated. Student from the provincial second high school, I also want to ask you a question. I wonder which Yi Qian is asking you for an answer. The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at the invigilator in charge of the third examination hall and asked in a deep voice, what exactly happened at that time? Say it again. Wronged? Why would a student wrongly accuse another student of cheating? Did she treat the college entrance examination as a game? The invigilator said seriously, I was the first to hear the sound of Yi Ying's chair being moved. I happened to be patrolling from the bottom right of Yi Qian. I heard the sound and walked over to Yi Ying's desk. I noticed that one of her draft papers was missing. I saw that she looked flustered and her legs were unnaturally close together. I asked her to raise her legs, and then I saw the paper with the answer. Where's Yi Qian? What was her reaction at that time? Faced with the leader of the Provincial Education Bureau's questioning, the invigilator calmly replied, Yi Qian sealed the exam papers and said to me, Teacher, let's talk outside so that we don't affect the student's performance. When the other invigilator came over, I immediately brought two people over. Chapter 12:17. In other words, you sealed the exam paper as soon as the incident happened, right? Yes, I had just finished checking my student ID and name. I was about to pack up my stationery and seal the exam paper when I heard her mention my name. I was very surprised. Yi Qian answered the question from the head of the Provincial Education Bureau. The calmness in his eyes made Principal Chow nod and smile secretly. The college entrance examination was not an ordinary examination. It was the watershed of a student's life and also the watershed of an entire family. As the most important examination in China, not only did it have a strict system, but it also had very clear punishment rules. Once it was proven that Yi Ying had deliberately wronged her classmate, what awaited her would definitely not be a few simple words of criticism and education. Yi Qian handled this matter wisely. He only explained for himself and did not question Yi Ying. In terms of bearing, he won over Yi Ying again. If he got into a conflict with Yi Ying, even if it was found out that he was really wronged, his impression of Yi Qian would drop. He would more or less say, "Flies don't sting flawless eggs." Once the exam paper was sealed, it should not be taken out separately. However, the situation this time was special. If they wanted to know if Yi Qian had completed all the questions, they had to open the exam paper and check it. What happened next was extraordinarily grand. The armed police escorting the exam papers, who were supposed to appear after the college entrance examination, appeared on the campus in advance. Their appearance shocked the parents waiting outside. Why are armed police officers here? Were the morning's math papers going to be taken away in advance? When Yi Zhifan saw the armed police appear, his eyelids suddenly twitched uncontrollably. An inexplicable sense of uneasiness rose in him. Why were there armed police escorting the exam papers? Why were there armed police at this time? Didn't you say that they would be out in an hour? There are already students coming out after the exam. Your little fox, cough cough cough, my little fox is coming out. When the T6 soldier with a popsicle saw Jessen's figure, he quickly and accurately threw the popsicle into a trash can 5 meters away. He immediately pulled his t-shirt up and put on a cultured look, quietly waiting for the girl who had shocked his little sweetheart 2 hours ago to come over. Xia Jinyuan, who had a calm expression on his face, only saw that Jessen's footsteps were hurried. When he got closer, he saw that Jessen had a serious expression on her face. Something had happened in the exam hall. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the T6 combatant said in a low voice, "There's something wrong with her expression. Yi Qian hasn't come out either. Q King, I'm afraid something has happened in the exam venue." "Yes, it's possible," Xia Jinyuan replied calmly. Something must have happened if Little Fox had not come out yet. And Jessen's expression was extremely serious, and there was even a hint of hostility between her eyebrows. As she ran out, she suddenly saw Xia Jinyuan, and her eyes lit up. She sped up and ran out of the school gate. Yi Qian is in trouble. Yi Ying, that despicable person, actually accused Yi Qian of asking for an answer. Bah! Did Jane Eyre need to ask her for an answer? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What's the situation? How will the school handle this? Xia Jinyuan, who knew what had happened, did not even frown. He asked calmly, "Are the relevant departments investigating this matter?" She was so worried about her good friend that she did not notice the T6 combatant. Although he spoke quickly, he answered clearly, "Yi Qian's exam papers will be opened for inspection again under the supervision of the armed police who are responsible for escorting the exam papers in the 3rd examination hall after all the examinees have finished their exams." I'm so angry. I knew it's hard to guard against despicable people. I was careless and let her come out to stir up trouble again. Chapter 12:18. The T6 combatant looked at Q King, who did not move at all. Seeing that there was no trace of anxiety on his face, he decided to make his presence known. "Then don't be anxious. Yi Qian will be fine. Are you thirsty? Shall I treat you to some water?" This was destined to be an unpleasant beginning. And Jessen frowned and said angrily, "Who are you? What does it have to do with you whether I'm thirsty or not? Why do you look like a human trafficker who abducts and sells young girls on campus?" The T6 combatant felt his heart shatter into pieces when he heard that. Human trafficker? He looked so pure and kind, and it was obvious that he was a righteous person. How did he become a human trafficker in her eyes? But this little girl's temper was quite fiery. When she was angry, her almond-shaped eyes were dark and bright, like the moon at night. There was a cold glint in them. Her expression was very tense, and she was especially concerned about Yi Qian's matter. She valued friendship and righteousness. I'm good friends with him. When I saw that you were sweating profusely and your voice was still hoarse when you spoke, I wanted to treat you to some water to moisten your throat. The T6 combatant's gentle and patient explanation made Njiesin feel a little embarrassed. She said a little sheepishly, I'm sorry, my temper can be a little rash sometimes. Please don't take offense. She had another advantage, honesty. It's fine, I know you're anxious. The T6 combatant smiled and said to Xia Jinyuan, I'll go buy some water. You can ask more about it later. Cheating in the college entrance examination is not an ordinary matter. We have to deal with it properly. Deal with it properly? Shouldn't it be handled properly? And Njiesin felt that his words were strange, as if there was a hint of fierceness in them. When she thought of how Major Xia in front of her was also fierce, Njiesin could not help but shrink back. Just now, it seemed like she was a little too fierce. Please don't hold it against her. She quickly glanced at the man who spoke. He looked gentle and refined. Although he was a little tanned, he was very gentlemanly. He probably wouldn't hold it against her, right? I don't know how to deal with this matter. Major Xia, what should we do? Yi Ying's father is a high-ranking official. Do you think he'll use his power to pressure us? And Njiesin was so anxious that tears were welling up in her eyes. The T6 combatant, who had just left, could not help but smile. He suddenly became happy. It seemed that he had made the right choice to come to the provincial first high school. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, nothing will happen. If even the armed police were deployed, it means that the Provincial Education Bureau and the school are taking this matter very seriously. They will definitely investigate this thoroughly and will definitely not accuse Yi Qian. I wish. And Njiesin was still worried, but she had no other choice but to wait anxiously. T6 came back with 3 bottles of mineral water. Xia Jinyuan, who had one hand in his trouser pocket, nodded slightly at him. His slender fingers stroked the keys on his phone, indicating for T6 to talk to Njiesin while he went to make a call. When it was time to hand in the papers in the afternoon, all the students sealed their papers and left the examination hall. The quiet campus became lively, and the teaching building became extremely quiet. Yi Ying, who was walking between the 2 teachers, bit her lower lip when she saw the armed police. She had an arrogant look on her face, but she was afraid that Yi Qian would look down on her, so she pretended to be calm and walked with him to the 3rd examination hall with an arrogant expression. She would never believe that the wretched girl would be able to finish all the math questions. Absolutely not. Even if the wretched girl had really finished all the math questions, she would definitely not have gotten them right. Only her answers would be correct. Her mouth was on her. She would not relent and insist on it. Let's see what she could do about it. Yi Ying, who was constantly cheering herself on, walked to the entrance of the 3rd examination hall. When she saw one of the armed police standing there expressionlessly with a real gun, her knees could not help but go weak. She could not lower her head. She definitely could not lower her head. She definitely could not lose to the wretched girl.